Chapter 934. Oh. He's the transfer student from our faculty. Gu Nianji was shocked. Her already large eyes widened even more, and her pupils, as black as jade, were as dark as the night. Could she have been wrong? Was it just a coincidence that this person appeared at that place? After all, Gu Nianji had never seen this youth on the surveillance camera. All the clues were connected because of her preconceived notions. What if she was wrong? Gu Nianji was well versed in the law and knew the importance of evidence. She was also willing to give the benefit of the doubt to any incident. In other words, she should believe that the other party did not do such a thing when there was no concrete evidence. Gu Nianji quietly looked away and looked at her notes. After the class, Gu Nianji and Ma Qiqi left the classroom together and went to the library to study. At that moment, Ishihara Taro followed them and called out to them. "Qiqi, where are you going?" His voice was a typical baritone. He enunciated clearly, but his pronunciation was a little strange. It was a typical Japanese accent. Ma Qiqi turned around in surprise and frowned. "Ishihara, what's the matter?" She had clearly only seen this Ishihara Taro once at the class meeting. What was he trying to do by calling him so intimately? Ishihara Taro had one hand in his semi-long coat pocket and the other holding a folder. His tall and slender figure attracted the attention of many girls. However, his gaze was only on Ma Qiqi. "Qiqi, I have some homework that I don't understand. Do you have time to help me with it?" His voice was gentle and pleasant, and his posture was handsome and polite. Ishihara Taro was very aware of the power of his appearance. He was like a male peacock, constantly displaying his masculine charm to Ma Qiqi. Gu Nianji secretly took out her phone and recorded the scene, especially Ishihara Taro. Gu Nianji practically used the highest resolution HD camera lens to capture his entire body. However, from Ishihara Taro's point of view, she was very impolite and playing with her phone while others were talking. Although the angle at which she was playing with her phone was a little weird, Ishihara Taro's attitude towards Ma Qiqi was unprecedentedly warm as he looked at Ma Qiqi coldly from the corner of his eye. Ma Qiqi could not take it anymore, and the smile on her face froze. "Ishihara, I'm very busy too. It's going to be the final exam soon, and I really don't have time. How about this, I'll introduce you to a cram school, and you can go to the teacher of the cram school for tutoring, okay?" Gu Nianji snickered and twirled her phone lazily. Her dark eyes sparkled like the stars in the night sky. "Qiqi, is this the legendary Japanese transfer student with an off-the-charts IQ? If your IQ is off the charts, doesn't that mean your IQ is off the charts? My IQ is even higher than the Milky Way." Ma Qiqi was also amused by Gu Nianji and pushed her. "Stop joking around. I was just being polite. Don't you know how to be polite? You really thought I was complimenting you?" Ma Qiqi glared at Ishihara Taro as she said the word compliment. Ishihara Taro had originally wanted to get her attention by ignoring Gu Nianji. He had not expected that she would actually discriminate against the intelligence that he was most proud of. This time, he had really poked a hornet's nest. Ishihara Taro's gaze immediately turned to Gu Nianji, and he said somewhat stiffly, "Your IQ is off the charts. Doesn't that mean my IQ is off the charts?" He wanted to bicker. Gu Nianji felt that this was a very unfair victory. She clicked on her phone again and did not even look at Ishihara Taro in the eye. She said, "Yes, your IQ is off the charts, but you can't even understand the contents of the compulsory courses in the law faculty. You need to consult a girl with an off-the-charts IQ. Qiqi, do you feel the thrill of being crushed by your IQ?" IQ had always been the knot in Ishihara Taro's heart when he faced Gu Nianji. Ever since he knew that his father had been defeated by Gu Xiangwen, he had been determined to surpass his daughter. Furthermore, he had planned for this scene for many years. Suddenly turning to face Gu Nianji, Ishihara Taro laughed coldly. I graduated with a master's degree at the age of 18, and I'm currently studying for a doctorate at the University of Tokyo. What about you? You're already 19 years old, and you haven't even graduated with a master's. How dare you compare IQ with me? You really don't know what you're talking about. Gu Nianji was not angry at all. She was still smiling and had a lazy expression on her face. She pointed at Ishihara Taro with the phone in her hand. Since you've already graduated with a master's degree, why did you come to our school to study for a master's degree again? Isn't it because Japanese universities are not up to standard, so you came back to study again? My master's degree is not in law. Ishihara Taro looked like he could not take any provocation. Moreover, Gu Nianji was the person he had wanted to defeat since he was young, so he took advantage of the fact that he was only 18 years old and said, "Why can't I study for a master's degree in the law faculty?" You're being unreasonable. Gu Nianji saw that her provocation had worked, so she continued to push Ishihara Taro. I'm not being reasonable. I'm only talking about the law. Do you understand? Since you can't even understand the compulsory courses in law, I'll give you a piece of advice. Stop studying law and go back to where you came from. If you continue to be arrogant here, someone will teach you a lesson anytime. Gu Nianji's sharp tongue trampled on Ishihara Taro, and her mood instantly improved. It had been a long time since she had met someone who came forward to be beaten up by her, even though bullying a little kid seemed like an unfair advantage. Actually, she did not consider that she was only half a year older than Ishihara Taro. Ishihara Taro had been pampered in the Ishihara Corporation since he was young and was treated like a treasure. Also, because his IQ was much higher than the average person's, he had never been bullied like this before. This was the first time he had seen someone speak and suppress him. Although Ishihara Taro was mentally prepared, he was still so angry that he lost all of his poise. He pointed at Gu Nianji angrily and shouted, "My master's and doctorate degrees are all in the most cutting-edge chaos mathematics. So what if you know the law? Compete with me in chaos mathematics if you can." Chaos mathematics. Gu Nianji's expression changed. She had never expected to hear this term from this Japanese guy's mouth. She had originally wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, but now she did not need to. He had already given her the evidence with both hands. Gu Nianji suppressed the excitement in her heart and carelessly twirled the diamond earrings on her earlobes. She said nonchalantly, "I'm not even a chaos mathematics major. Why should I compete with you on this ridiculous thing? I really don't know whose backdoor you got into our faculty." The prestigious B University Faculty of Law also cannot avoid the ways of the world. Ha 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 ha. Machichi was very happy listening from the side. This D** Ned Ishihara Taro actually tried to break things up the moment they met. Did he think that her friendship with Nianji was so easily shaken? Moreover, she had a boyfriend. Why would she want to be intimate with this Japanese guy? He was degrading her. To think that she had praised him in all sorts of ways before. She must have been blind. Machichi made a gesture of stabbing her eyes at Gu Nianji and said, "Nianji, I was wrong. Let's go back to study. We don't need to go to the library anymore." Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. "How can I do that? I have obsessive-compulsive disorder. I'm used to going to the library. I'll feel uncomfortable if I don't. Let's go. If you don't want to go, I can go alone." Machichi looked at Ishihara Taro, who was glaring at them from behind. She muttered, "Why is he so angry? Isn't he a little princess? Who does he want to be supported by? What a drama." Gu Nianji pulled her hand. "Then let's go to the library." "Yeah." Machichi followed Gu Nianji obediently and turned to leave. Only Ishihara Taro stood where he was. His light brown eyes gradually turned pitch black. After Gu Nianji and Machichi had walked far away, his entourage emerged from hiding and said worriedly, young master, won't you attract their attention by saying that? I want to attract her attention, Ishihara Taro said proudly. If she doesn't know that I'm the one scheming against her, how boring would that be? I like to see her hate me to the point where she can't do anything to me. He was very confident that his method was completely outside of the law. Even if they knew it was him, they wouldn't sue him. It was just like a point he had recently learned in law class. He knew that what he had done couldn't be made into a case. In other words, the court couldn't even file a case. What did he do? All he did was throw a coin. Was there a law against throwing coins? The Ishihara Corporation wasn't a pushover. Even if they knew he was the one who did it, they wouldn't do it in the open. Would the elites of the Tokyo Secret Service be pushovers if they dared to play dirty tricks on him? Then he would see who would dare to use dirty tricks on a foreigner like him. Ishihara Taro was very clear about the deep-rooted bad habits of some Huaxia Empire bureaucrats. They were afraid of offending foreigners. They usually couldn't wait to protect foreigners. How would they dare to use dirty tricks on him? Do you still want your international reputation? Ishihara Taro dared to swagger in front of Gu Nianji because he had planned everything from start to finish. Gu Nianji and Machichi arrived at the library and found a quiet place to sit down to study. After the small episode just now, Gu Nianji couldn't learn anything at all. She looked at the notebook and reference books in front of her, but her thoughts were completely on the words, chaos mathematics, that Ishihara Taro had just said. It really was that little brat. Why did he do that? Gu Nianji couldn't help but take out her phone and secretly change the IP address. She entered her hacking program and searched for the Japanese name Ishihara Taro. Only a few papers published in the top international mathematics journals were signed with the English translation of this name. She didn't see any other clues. Just like her father, Gu Xiangwen, everything other than academics seemed to have been wiped clean. This is the first update. It's a new month. The guaranteed monthly tickets have dropped. Dear friends, you can vote now. At 1 p.m., the monthly tickets for July will increase by 300 updates. At 7 p.m., the third update. P.S. Thank you to Momo Moshi for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Congratulations to Momo Moshi for becoming the 18th leader of Hello, Major General. Thank you to the Assistant 9 for tipping 100,000 Chidian coins this morning. Congratulations to Assistant 9 for becoming the 19th Chief of Hello, Major General. On behalf of the Major General, Nianji, and Professor He, I would like to express my gratitude for the sudden addition of 2 leaders. Of course, there will be updates. Don't worry, Alliance Master. Chapter 935. Gu Nianji looked at the results of the search and felt slightly unhappy. Ishihara Taro had published articles in those magazines and had a simple resume. Gu Nianji, who had a photographic memory, noticed that Ishihara Taro's resume reminded her of Gu Xiangwen. When her father, Gu Xiangwen, went to university, received his master's degree, and started his PhD, Ishihara Taro would be 1 year younger than him. Gu Nianji didn't know why she felt this way, but it was uncomfortable to look at. She kept quiet and swiped her finger on her phone to search in another way. This time, she used the relevant search engine. The results might not completely match the name Ishihara Taro, but as long as it was related to this name, it would be found. In the end, when he searched for it, the first thing that came up was Ishihara Corporation. Gu Nianji didn't think that this Ishihara Corporation had anything to do with Ishihara Taro at first. To her, they were all surnamed Ishihara. For example, if the richest man's surname was Ma and you were also surnamed Ma, did that mean you were related to the richest man? But after searching around, there was no more information. She decided to go all out and entered the Japanese website to find the Japanese government's resident ticket system. Japan's resident ticket was similar to the Huaxia Empire's household registration. In fact, it contained even more information than the household registration. It contained the citizen's photo, date of birth, home address, gender, and relationship with the household head. According to Japanese law, before a citizen turned 20, they didn't have an independent household registration. They could only live on the same resident ticket with their elders. The security measures of the Japanese resident ticket system were nothing to Gunyenji. She only spent 5 seconds to crack the website's password and successfully entered the back end of the resident ticket system. All the records were managed using SQL. People who were familiar with this software could easily search through the huge amount of data. Gunyenji only needed to search the Japanese name Ishihara Shintaro for Ishihara Taro, and an accurate search result appeared. Ishihara Shintaro was under the name Ishihara Wakashi. In other words, Ishihara Wakashi was the household head, and Ishihara Taro was his grandson. Gunyenji looked at it for a long time and used the real-time translation software to understand the strings of katakana and hiragana. Who was Ishihara Wakashi? Gunyenji searched aimlessly in the Japanese resident ticket system. Suddenly, several people with the surname Ishihara popped up. One of them was called Ishihara Shiro. He was originally from Chiyo village in Wonwu Prefecture, Chiba Prefecture, Japan. Ishihara Shiro had an illustrious identity marked on the residential ticket. He used to be a lieutenant general in the Japanese army and the head of the Epidemic Prevention and Water Supply Department of the Guangdong Army, which was also a notorious numerical unit. Gunyenji's eyes widened. This Ishihara Shiro was actually Ishihara Wakashi's father, who was also Ishihara Taro's great-grandfather. Gunyenji hastily searched for information on Ishihara Shiro and discovered that it was actually this person who had conducted research on bacterial biological weapons in the Xia Empire. Then, he had used the data of the biological weapons, which contained the blood and lives of the Xia Empire's citizens, to privately trade with the United States. That was how he had escaped the International Court of Justice's judgment as a war criminal. Her fingers almost trembled. Gunyenji immediately remembered that Gu Yenran's maternal great-grandfather, Kasahara, was also one of the core members of the military. Could there be a connection between the two? Her hands were trembling as she clumsily swiped on her phone. She switched to the internet and started searching for Ishihara Shiro and Ishihara Wakashi. This time, the Ishihara Corporation once again appeared on her search page. She simply opened the real-time translation software and did a full translation of the Ishihara Corporation's official website. She was shocked to discover that Ishihara Shiro was the founder of the Ishihara Corporation. However, Ishihara Shiro had died of cancer not long after the founding, and his son, Ishihara Wakashi, had taken over. Ishihara Wakashi had another son, and he was Ishihara Taro's father. He was also a famous physicist, but for some unknown reason, he committed suicide at a young age. Therefore, Ishihara Taro was the Ishihara of the Ishihara Corporation. Although Gunyenji didn't have much experience in society, she knew that the Ishihara Corporation in Japan was a large enterprise. A war criminal who had committed uncountable war crimes in the Xia Empire had founded a corporation and returned to the Xia Empire after the war. Yes, there was nothing wrong with that. If she believed that he had repented and turned over a new leaf to contribute to the development of the Xia Empire, she might as well believe that pigs could fly. Then what kind of connection did the Ishihara Corporation have with Kasahara, Gu Yenran? After all, both of them had once served in the same military unit and could be considered comrades. Gunyenji frantically searched the internet, but she couldn't find any more information. She even hacked into the internal system of the Ishihara Corporation's official website in Japan, but she couldn't find any clues related to Kasahara, Gu Yenran. Could it be that the two really weren't connected? Gunyenji pondered as her fingers kept rubbing Hua Xiaohing's number. Should she tell Hua Xiaohing and let him investigate? He must have more methods and methods that would definitely be more complete than what she could obtain through hacking alone. But if she told Hua Xiaohing, would he realize what she was doing? Gunyenji hesitated for a long time. She was still thinking about this problem even after she returned to the dormitory from the library, showered, and lay in bed. Her fingers kept rubbing the phone. She didn't know how many times she had called Hua Xiaoheng's number, but she still couldn't make up her mind. Just when she couldn't make up her mind, her phone rang. It was actually Hua Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. Gu Nianji stared at the phone and suddenly smiled. Fine, she didn't need to make a decision. The phone had already made the decision for her. Gu Nianji swiped the phone open and picked it up. Her voice was relaxed and cheerful. Hua Xiao. Hua Xiaoheng had just finished work and put on his Bluetooth headset to go for a night jog. The winter weather in the imperial capital was very cold, but Hua Xiaoheng only wore a short-sleeved army t-shirt and camouflage pants as he jogged on the small road. Still awake. Hua Xiaoheng's voice was very relaxed. Haven't you finished your thesis? I've already finished it. I'm making the final edits now. Gu Nianji held the phone and chatted with him. Her earlier nervous mood instantly relaxed. But there are still a few compulsory exams that require written exams. I haven't started reading yet. Hua Xiaoheng wasn't worried about Gu Nianji's exams at all. He was only worried about her health. Does your body still hurt? Did you do any rehabilitation exercises? Gu Nianji, she was no longer in pain. She didn't feel any pain at all. She could do any movement without any problems. Hua Xiao, I'm really fine. Why won't you believe me? Gu Nianji flipped over and made a rustling sound under the blanket. Hua Xiaoheng could tell. You're already in bed. Yeah, I was just about to sleep when your call came in. Then I'll hang up. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to disturb her sleep. He knew that she often stayed up late, so it wasn't good for her health. Gu Nianji quickly said, Don't hang up. I have something to tell you. Hua Xiaoheng remembered how Gu Nianji had tricked him the other day and warned her again, Don't run around. It's best if you stay in school until you graduate. Gu Nianji giggled and flipped over again. Hua Xiao, can you help me check if the Ishihara Corporation in Japan has anything to do with the Kasahara family? Does it have anything to do with Gu Yanran? Hua Xiaoheng paused. Ishihara Corporation. Yes, can you check it? Why are you investigating them? This is the second update, and the monthly tickets have been delivered with 300 more updates. The guaranteed monthly tickets have been dropped, so everyone can vote now. There are also recommendation tickets. At 7 p.m., the third update. Wax. Chapter 936. Gu Nianji quickly weighed the pros and cons based on her understanding of Hua Xiaoheng. The moment she hesitated, alarm bells would go off in his mind. I discovered that the founder of this company is Ishihara Shiro. He was a comrade in the same army as Gu Yanran's maternal great-grandfather, Gu Nianji said subtly. And the Ishihara Corporation has been in our country for more than 10 years, Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks. This time, he wasn't fooled by her. His voice was calm but had an irresistible pressure. Why did you want to investigate the Ishihara Corporation? This was a long story. Gu Nianji looked up at the ceiling of the dormitory room. After a while, she said, There's a new Japanese transfer student in our faculty. His name is Ishihara Taro. You want to investigate the Ishihara Corporation just because he's called Ishihara Taro? Hua Xiaoheng asked calmly. His casual tone was full of pressure. Nianji, when did you learn to hide half of what you're saying from me? Gu Nianji was speechless. She pursed her lips and stammered, He harassed Chi-Chi. This reason seemed quite reasonable. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't think of a rebuttal. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it on his palm. Hua Xiaoheng folded his hands and lit the cigarette with the lighter Gu Nianji had given him. He took a deep puff and exhaled a puff of white smoke. The smoke quickly dissipated in the cold winter air. That's all. Hu Xiaoheng squinted and looked at the empty training ground. He found a metal chair and sat down. He leaned forward and rested his arms on his knees. He held the cigarette between his fingers. His eyebrows didn't seem to change, but there was a faint indent between his brows. This girl was becoming more and more troublesome. Hu Xiaoheng silently took another puff. Seeing that Gu Nianji didn't reply for a long time, he didn't continue asking. He said, "I'll get Big Xiong to investigate tomorrow. Go to bed early." With that, he hung up the phone. It was clean and clean, without a single worry. Gu Nianji pouted and threw her phone away unhappily. She wrapped the blanket around her head and curled up in the darkness. Although she felt uncomfortable, she had a tiring day and had just passed on her worries to Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji pounded the bed for a while before falling asleep. Hu Xiaoheng did not sleep the entire night. He returned to his office, turned on his computer, and personally investigated the Ishihara Corporation. Gu Nianji entered the external network, but Hu Xiaoheng could enter the internal network. But after browsing through the internet, although there was quite a lot of news about the Ishihara Corporation, none of it had anything to do with Kasahara. Under such circumstances, there were usually two reasons. The first was that it really didn't matter. One was that they had a very close relationship, but they didn't want others to know, so they deliberately hid it. If it was the former, there was nothing to investigate. However, if it was the latter, the meaning behind it was even deeper. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it and still ordered Yin Shixiang to assign tasks to the field agents in Japan. He asked them to investigate the Ishihara Corporation when they had time. In any case, they were overseas, and the Special Operations Forces had great authority. As long as it was to achieve their goals, they could do anything without harming civilians. Furthermore, the authorization in Japan was much greater than in other countries. Of course, there were historical reasons for this, and it was also closely related to the Japanese authorities' unrepentant attitude towards the past wars. Since they didn't think they had done anything wrong in the past, then they could do it again at any time. Therefore, as one of the biggest victims of that war, it was completely legal and proper for the Hua Xia Empire to maintain the necessary vigilance against the initiator of the war. Hu Xiaoheng had always been very open about his men's actions in Japan. He never cared what methods they used. It was also because of this reason that the Special Operations Forces obtained more information in Japan than in other countries. In less than 2 days, a lot of important news about the Ishihara Corporation was transmitted back through the specially encrypted Nanda communication satellite. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the important news sent by Yin Shixiang in his office and immediately understood that Gu Nianji definitely didn't want to investigate the Ishihara Corporation because Ishihara Taro harassed Ma Chichi. Hu Xiao, how did you know that the heir of the Ishihara Corporation, Ishihara Bai-san, used to be Gu Xiangwen's classmate? Yin Shixiang was very happy. This is another clue. Because the Gu Xiangwen they brought back from Barbados was a fake, the mission given to them by the military was still valid. They still had to continue investigating Gu Xiangwen's whereabouts. It turned out that among the information sent back by the Special Operations Forces field personnel, there was a lot of information that couldn't be found online. It was very obvious that the management of the Ishihara Corporation had the same security measures as the National Intelligence Agency, which was a deep distrust of the internet. They didn't put the truly important and confidential information online, but kept it in hard copies. Ishihara Shiro is the founder of the Ishihara Corporation, and Ishihara Wakashi is Ishihara Shiro's son. He is now in our country. Ishihara Bai-san is Ishihara Wakashi's son, and he was a genius in Japan back then. Together with Gu Xiangwen, the Chinese genius, they were accepted as disciples by the most famous physicist in the United States. Ishihara Taro is Ishihara Bai-san's son, and he was also known as a genius since he was young. Yin Shixiang had read these pieces of information countless times and could already recite them backwards. So why would Ishihara Bai-san, a Japanese genius, and the only heir of a large corporation, commit seppuku. Yin Shixiang was extremely curious about this. Hua Xiaoheng felt that he was being a little noisy, so he glanced at him and said calmly. Ishihara Taro is currently studying in the B University Faculty of Law, and I heard that he has a good impression of Chi-Chi. Yin Shixiang's smug expression instantly turned hideous, and he slashed his hand down like a knife. F***ck. You little brat, how dare you steal my woman? Do you want to die? You have to pay attention to your image and discipline. Hua Xiaoheng flipped through the information in front of him without batting an eyelid. Ishihara Taro is an international friend. Pfft. Yin Shixiang's face turned red. I can't stand it if I'm a man. Hua Xiao, how do you know that Ishihara Taro has a good impression of Chi-Chi? Nianji is obviously smarter and prettier than Chi-Chi, so why doesn't he have a good impression of Nianji? Why does he have to look for my Chi-Chi? Is he blind? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him, and his voice deepened. So you're saying that you're blind? If Chi-Chi finds out about this, I'll consider it my loss if she doesn't break up with you. Yin Shixiang was speechless. He immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing and almost wanted to kneel in front of Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao. Chief. You can't treat your loyal subordinate like this. Hua Xiaoheng flipped through another page of information noncommittally. The only sound in the quiet office was the rustling of papers. Yin Shixiang held it in for a long time before saying, Hua Xiao, the person I love is Chi-Chi. In my eyes, of course she's better than anyone else, even Nianji. But objectively speaking, when Chi-Chi and Nianji are together, the first person people see is Nianji, not Chi-Chi. So if someone still likes Chi-Chi under these circumstances, it's either true love for her, or they're really trying to harm her. No matter what the situation is, they'll be ruthlessly beaten to death. Good, domineering. You're indeed my soldier. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at him and said calmly, all right, get up. From the looks of it, isn't it time for you to submit your marriage report? This is the third update. The guaranteed monthly votes have been dropped, so my dear ones can vote now. There are also recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 937. Yin Shixiang was indeed dating Ma Chi-Chi for the sake of marrying her. He froze when he heard Hua Xiaoheng mention marriage. Hua Xiao, it's almost the new year. Yin Shixiang slowly stood up and said embarrassedly, I haven't met my parents yet. I've met my parents. To be precise, he hadn't met Yin Shixiang's parents yet. He had only met Ma Chi-Chi's parents. Yin Shixiang's father was the mayor of a city in the south, and his mother was a university professor. His family background was slightly higher than Ma Chi-Chi's, but they were still a good match. He planned to bring Ma Chi-Chi home to meet his parents during the new year. His parents definitely wouldn't object. Even if Ma Chi-Chi was an unemployed high school graduate, his parents wouldn't object, not to mention that Ma Chi-Chi was a good student from a prestigious university with a master's degree in law at B University. The couple had been looking forward to their son's marriage until their hair had turned white, and their requirements had been lowered again and again. Now, as long as the bride was a woman, had no criminal record, and was about the same age as him, it would be fine. Even a single woman with a child could be considered. Hua Xiaoheng knew all this. Because he was Yin Shixiang's superior, Yin Shixiang's parents always called Hua Xiaoheng when they couldn't find Yin Shixiang in person, hoping that he could help manage his subordinates' personal problems. They even indirectly asked Yin Shixiang if there was a problem with his sexual orientation. Hua Xiaoheng used to be single and would usually forget such requests after hearing them. He would never force his subordinates to go on blind dates to find a wife. Of course, it was different now. He looked at Yin Shixiang with a half-smile. Are you worried that your parents won't agree? With a good girl like Chi-Chi, your parents will probably force you to get married as soon as they see you. Yin Shixiang chuckled. That's why I'm bringing her home to reassure them. As for the marriage report, I have to discuss it with Chi-Chi first and get her approval. Also, I haven't proposed yet. Hua Xiaoheng looked a little uncomfortable. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Yin Shixiang thoughtfully for a while. He slowly looked down at the documents in front of him and asked dryly. Propose? Yes, that's the most important thing for a girl. How would she marry you if she didn't propose? Don't even think about it. Yin Shixiang chuckled as he explained his plan. He rubbed his hands together and said, So, I'm going to bring Chi-Chi back to my house and prepare a grand proposal at my house. I've already secretly told Chi-Chi's parents to come over to my house for the new year. We must give Chi-Chi a grand proposal so that she can't wait to marry me. Hua Xiaoheng pursed his lips and flipped a page as if nothing had happened. His voice suddenly turned cold. All right, you can leave now. Don't think too much during work. You are a soldier of the people, don't forget your responsibilities. Yin Shixiang was confused by Hua Xiaoheng's sudden change in attitude. Hua Xiao, what did I do? Didn't you want me to submit a marriage report? Or? He looked at Hua Xiaoheng suspiciously and his heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that he couldn't take it anymore because he was showing off too much affection? After all, Nianji had been trying to break up with Hua Xiao, that couldn't be. Didn't he see them reconcile that day? Otherwise, why would he be so stupid as to sprinkle salt on other people's wounds? Yin Shixiang asked tentatively, Hua Xiao, you and Nianji. Is the good news coming soon? Hua Xiaoheng looked up. His expression had already returned to normal. He calmly looked at Yin Shixiang's face, which had turned from red to white. Big Xiong, is this considered spying on your superior? Do you want to be grounded or have your newly risen star demoted? Hua Xiao, I was just saying casually. I had absolutely no intention of spying on your privacy. Yin Shixiang quickly waved his hands in denial. Don't worry, I will definitely put all my effort into my work. That Ishihara Taro, do you want someone to keep an eye on him? Hua Xiaoheng shook his head and said nonchalantly, why should we keep an eye on him? Did he commit any crimes? Why not? He's in the right to covet someone else's girlfriend. Yin Shixiang was agitated. Who knows what else he will do? What if he has ulterior motives? For example, getting close to Chi-Chi was actually to get close to Nianji. Yin Shixiang looked at Hua Xiaoheng's expression without blinking. He thought to himself, I'll see how long you can pretend for. Not allowing me to keep an eye on that little bastard is completely using his position to get back at him. Hua Xiaoheng seemed to see through his thoughts. He said seriously, Big Xiong, we control the nation's important weapons. They are not used for personal gain. You can't use the nation's methods to deal with someone just because he covets your girlfriend. Will your conscience be able to live with this? I won't be able to live with my conscience if I don't do it. Yin Shixiang cursed silently, but he did not dare to disobey Hua Xiaoheng's orders. Moreover, he also knew that Hua Xiaoheng was right. If there was no concrete evidence to prove that Ishihara Taro was a threat to the nation's interests, the Special Operations Forces could not take action. If Ishihara Taro only coveted Ma Chi-Chi, it would not affect the nation's interests. It would only affect Yin Shixiang's interests. Yin Shixiang sighed and lowered his head to Hua Xiaoheng to admit his mistake. Hua Xiao, I was wrong. Please punish me. His thoughts just now were indeed a little overboard. As the deputy chief of the Special Operations Forces, he actually had the intention of using public resources for personal gain. It was indeed worthy of punishment. Hua Xiaoheng looked at him for a while and said slowly, It's good that you can think of it yourself. Go back and write me a 5,000-word self-reflection report. Then, you will be suspended for a month to reflect on your actions. Yes, Chief. Yin Shixiang was not unhappy when he heard that. Instead, he was happy. Hua Xiaoheng was actually helping him. Yes, they could not use the Special Operations Forces methods to deal with Ishihara Taro just because he coveted Machichi. However, as a person, Yin Shixiang could keep an eye on Ishihara Taro and prevent him from getting too close to his girlfriend. Hu Xiaoheng suspended him for a month, which happened to be the 15th day of the first month after the Spring Festival. It was completely giving him a long holiday. Yin Shixiang left Hu Xiaoheng's office happily and went back to write his 5,000-word self-reflection report. Meanwhile, Hu Xiaoheng personally contacted the Japanese field personnel and asked them to continue investigating if the Ishihara Corporation had any contact with the Kasahara family. Ishihara Bai-san was actually Gu Xiangwen's classmate. This was the first time they had found out about this. Moreover, they did not find out from Gu Xiangwen but from the Ishihara family. This was because when Ishihara Bai-san went to the United States to attend university, he used an alias. It was a standard American name and not his real name. The field personnel in Japan also discovered that Ishihara Bai-san and Gu Xiangwen were classmates because of a coincidence. This was because the Ishihara family really valued Gu Xiangwen too much. Ishihara Wakashi often used Gu Xiangwen's academic record as a role model to encourage his grandson to study hard and catch up to Gu Xiangwen. Therefore, there were quite a few servants in the Ishihara family who knew about this past. Otherwise, outsiders wouldn't be able to find out. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the personal growth chart in front of him and added a piece of information. This was Gu Xiangwen's life trajectory. He really worked hard to perfect it and put together a complete chart. Then, he would be able to know many causes and effects. After a day, Hu Xiaoheng called Gu Nianji and told her about the information he had found. When Gu Nianji heard that Ishihara Taro's father, Ishihara Bai-san, was her father's classmate in university, she immediately understood why Ishihara Taro's academic record was such an eyesore to her. That feeling was very strange. Now, she finally found the answer. Looks like the Ishihara family has always treated my father as an opponent. Gu Nianji laughed softly. Her tone was filled with indescribable contempt and disdain. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and said gently, "Only people who are inferior to others will treat others as opponents. Ishihara Bai-san is definitely inferior to Mr. Gu." Gu Nianji nodded heavily. She sat in front of the computer and made the final edits to her thesis. She said nonchalantly, "That's for sure. Maybe he committed suicide because he couldn't compare to my father in every aspect. These Japanese are all like this. They even call it the samurai spirit. To put it bluntly, it's the behavior of a coward who couldn't handle failure and committed suicide." Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. He sat up straight. "What did you say just now? Say it again." Gu Nianji's hand stopped typing. "What did I say?" "The sentence before. Because he couldn't compare to my father in every aspect, he committed suicide." Gu Nianji was stunned. She raised her well-proportioned eyebrows. "I was just saying. There's no basis for it. You took it seriously." Of course, Hu Xiaoheng wouldn't take it seriously just because of that. He had some evidence. The only information Gu Xiangwen could find on the internet was his academic resume. After that, he didn't even publish academic articles, so there was no more news about him. And in his academic resume, his first major achievement was a major breakthrough in the research of the blue planet's magnetic field. And it was in the year that Gu Xiangwen made this major achievement that Ishihara Bai-san committed suicide. That year, Gu Xiangwen was only in his 20s. Ishihara Bai-san was already in his early 30s. Although they were classmates, Gu Xiangwen's level of genius was obviously more outstanding than Ishihara Bai-san's. Hu Xiaoheng told Gu Nianji about this discovery. Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. Ishihara Bai-san really couldn't afford to lose. Was he also doing research in this area? Hu Xiaoheng looked at the information sent back by the Japanese field agents and nodded. Not only was he doing research in this area, but he was also doing it with the support of the Japanese military. Gu Xiangwen, on the other hand, was completely relying on his own abilities to do research in this area. He didn't have as many resources as Ishihara Bai-san, but his achievements surpassed Ishihara Bai-san's. What did this mean? It meant that Gu Xiangwen's talent also surpassed Ishihara Bai-san's. Ishihara Bai-san might really have become angry out of humiliation and couldn't take it anymore, so he committed suicide. As soon as Ishihara Bai-san died, the Japanese military's Blue Planet magnetic field project was completely nullified. This was because breakthroughs in high-energy physics were different from biology. Biology could use human wave tactics, and countless people would put in endless time and effort to achieve a little bit of progress. But high-energy physics was a discipline that completely relied on geniuses to push forward progress. Every major discovery in high-energy physics was a major contribution of genius scholars. And it was already good enough for a country to have one such genius for a period of time. Therefore, after Ishihara Bai-san committed suicide, the magnetic field experiment couldn't continue, and the Japanese military had no choice but to cancel the entire project. At this point, Hua Xiaoheng suddenly fell silent. He remembered that the Huaxia Empire's military had once cooperated with the Institute of High-Energy Physics on a project that also seemed to be related to magnetic fields. This is the first update. It's a new month, and the guaranteed monthly tickets have already been dropped. Dear friends, you can vote now. There are also recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets will increase by 600 updates at 1 p.m. Third update at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Yunhan Yuqin and Steamed Bun Face Meow for each tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 938. Magnetic Fields Again. Hua Xiaoheng quietly turned on his computer and found Gu Xiangwen's original paper. He paid for it and carefully read it. However, different professions were worlds apart. He knew all the theories in the computer field like the back of his hand, but this paper was full of high-energy physics theories. It was like a heavenly book to him. He knew every word, but he didn't understand what they meant when put together. Hua Xiaoheng had no choice but to forward the paper to his mother, Song Jining. She was an expert in this field, and what she was doing was restarting the experiment from back then. Then, he called Song Jining. Song Jining had just come out of the laboratory and returned to her office. She saw the caller ID on her phone. It was Hua Xiaoheng calling. She was very surprised and swiped it open to answer. Xiaoheng. Did the sun rise from the west today? Song Jining teased him with a smile and returned to her desk to sit down. Hua Xiaoheng's calm voice sounded from the phone. Miss Song, I just sent you a paper on magnetic field research. Can you take a look at it and write me a simple and easy to understand abstract? Magnetic field research. Son, why are you interested in high-energy physics? Song Jining turned on her computer and opened her email to find the email Hua Xiaoheng had sent her. Opening the attached paper, Song Jining skimmed through it and said, "This is a very old paper. It can be considered as the foundation and starting point for countries to study the blue star magnetic field. What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Hua Xiaoheng enunciated each word. Kevin Ku, who wrote this paper, is Ninji's father, Gu Xiangwen. Song Jining stood up in surprise. He's really Ninji's father. Haha, that's great. When are you going to ask him out? We two future in-laws can have a good chat and discuss academic issues. I thought only Ninji was worthy of you, but now that you know her father, I think you're the one who's above your league. This Kevin Ku is a rare genius in our physics world. I don't know if he's willing to marry his daughter to you. After all, you're not in physics. Song Jining looked a bit regretful. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Miss Song, speak properly. Don't be too distracted. Hua Xiaoheng tapped on the keyboard in front of him as if nothing had happened. He wasn't going to tell Song Jining that he had already married Gu Xiangwen's daughter. Therefore, Ms. Song's future in-laws was not very accurate. It should be in-laws. For confidentiality reasons, Hua Xiaoheng had never told Song Jining about Gu Xiangwen. Therefore, Song Jining knew Kevin Ku, but she didn't know that Gu Xiangwen was Kevin Ku. Similarly, Hua Xiaoheng didn't know that the internationally renowned Kevin Ku was Gu Nianji's father, Gu Xiangwen. The first time he found out that Gu Xiangwen was Kevin Ku was from Xie Dezhao. Hua Xiaoheng admired Gu Xiangwen even more. This person was extremely intelligent. He was actually able to leave traces of himself in the world, but he also scattered these traces. If it wasn't by chance, no one would be able to get news of him. These things seemed to be coincidences, but who knew if there was a connection? Just like the person who used a gold coin to change the random status. Perhaps Gu Xiangwen was also an expert. Gu Xiangwen's thesis was groundbreaking and foundational. It didn't seem very technical at the moment, but all the countries were already doing research based on his thesis and had already made great progress. Song Jining explained it to Hua Xiaoheng in a few words, and he quickly understood. Ishihara Bai-san and Gu Xiangwen must have done the groundbreaking research at the same time. However, Gu Xiangwen was the first to make a breakthrough and published a thesis in the most famous international physics journal, becoming the father of magnetic fields. Ishihara Bai-san, who had always been secretly competing with him, couldn't accept such an achievement. However, they were both in academia, yet he couldn't even accept this. Could it be that Ishihara Bai-san had always been first, so he couldn't bear to be surpassed by Gu Xiangwen? Hua Xiaoheng shook his head and stopped thinking about why Ishihara Bai-san committed suicide. His death was beneficial to the Huaxia Empire anyway. Who cared why he died? A dead Japanese right wing was a good right wing. Gu Nianji immersed herself in her intense final revision. She finally finished her thesis, printed it out, and sent it to He Zhichu. He was her tutor and was in charge of the final round of review. After dinner, she and Ma Chichi carried their backpacks and went to the library to revise. They planned to hug Ishihara's leg one last time. They met Ishihara Taro in the library, but he didn't speak to them. It was as if he didn't know them. Instead, he was chatting and laughing with their tutor, Gue Suyao. The two of them brushed past Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi. Gue Suyao was completely focused on Ishihara Taro and didn't notice that the students passing by were Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi. Ishihara Taro recognized them, but he didn't speak to them. He only raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. His eyes glanced at them. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She pulled Ma Chichi and asked softly, "Chichi, did Tutor Gue know this Ishihara Taro a long time ago, or did she only know him recently? Do you know?" Ma Chichi had a good relationship with her classmates, so she knew the gossip more quickly. Hearing Gu Nianji's question, she whispered into her ear and said very softly, "I heard that they met before Christmas. It was outside of school, not in school. After that, Ishihara Taro transferred to our school as an exchange student." Tutor Gue was very surprised. Rumor has it that this Japanese exchange student came to our school because of Tutor Gue. Even mature women like Gue Suyao, who was 26 or 27 years old, liked this kind of romance, much less a young girl of 18 or 19 years old. Gu Nianji looked thoughtfully in the direction that Gue Suyao and Ishihara Taro had disappeared. She had a feeling that what Ishihara Taro had done was not as simple as throwing gold coins. They knew each other before Christmas. That's a good story. How did they know each other? Did anyone pass along the details? Gu Nianji asked Ma Chichi with great interest. People who liked to gossip were happy to be able to share the details of gossip with others. Ma Chichi pulled her to the library corridor and whispered to her, "Of course they did." Do you think Tutor Gue would have kept quiet when she had such an opportunity? What did they say? I heard that tutor Gue accidentally sprained her ankle when she went shopping at Scion Plaza. Coincidentally, she met this handsome Japanese man. He helped her and sent her home. The next day, he specially brought a doctor to visit her. After a while, the two of them got to know each other. Machichi said excitedly. Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes. Really? They got to know each other before Christmas. Then why didn't he come to our Christmas party? Why didn't tutor Gue bring him out to show off? I heard that she invited him. But Ishihara Taro said that his grandfather was coming to China, and he had to accompany him. He also said that there was still a long way to go and that she shouldn't be angry. Then, you found out that he transferred to our school and got back together with Counselor Gue. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed. But Ishihara Taro seemed to be more interested in our Chichi. Machichi pushed her away embarrassedly. Stop talking. She only said a few words to Ishihara Taro before, and everyone started to make a fuss. Even tutor Gue was unhappy. Oh. That's why the details of tutor Gue and Ishihara Taro getting to know each other were leaked, right? Gu Nianji's analysis was very meticulous. Someone must be jealous and spreading rumors. Very quickly, he understood the ins and outs of this tale. Machichi thought about it and couldn't help but laugh. If you didn't mention it, I really wouldn't have noticed the timing. It seemed like tutor Gue was jealous. That was why she spread the news of her knowing Ishihara Taro a long time ago. Machichi pouted. I have a boyfriend. Who would fight with her for this Japanese guy? Also, I'm a few years older than the Japanese guy. I don't like guys younger than me. Gu Nianji gave her a thumbs up. Chi-Chi has good taste. But in her heart, she was thinking that after she and Hijichu left Jinling Bar on Christmas Eve, they met with danger on the road. Could it have something to do with Ishihara Taro? After all, he had already tried to kill Gu Nianji at least twice. And before these two times, Gu Nianji had just experienced an even more inexplicable and dangerous situation. They only managed to escape because Hijichu's car was a little special. Originally, she didn't connect Ishihara Taro with the car brake malfunction on Christmas Eve. That was because before today, the two didn't seem to be related at all. But from what Machichi said just now, Gue Xiao actually became familiar with Ishihara Taro just before Christmas. That was more suspicious. And there was a possible connection between her accident and Ishihara Taro, which meant that it was Gue Xiao. It was the second update, and the monthly tickets were 600 plus updates. It was the new month, and the guaranteed monthly tickets had dropped. Dear friends, you can vote now. There were also recommendation tickets. The third update at 7 p.m. Moi. Chapter 939. Gu Nianji's suspicions were certainly well-founded. She and Hijichu had analyzed the situation later. Since their accident wasn't a coincidence, then it was very likely that someone had tipped them off or even colluded with them. She herself had a grudge with Gue Xiao, and it wasn't a small one. If Ishihara Taro needed Gue Xiao's help for some reason, it didn't have to be serious. She only needed to make a phone call and report Gu Nianji's whereabouts. Could it be that her breakthrough point was Gue Xiao? Gu Nianji returned to the library and forced herself to go back to her books. She revised the content of her exams again. Even if she wanted to make a move on Gue Xiao, she had to wait until she graduated. She only had 2 weeks left. The remaining 2 weeks were 1 week for revision and the other for exams. After that, the school would be on winter break. Her graduation thesis defense would be on the last day of the exam week. Gu Nianji didn't want to make a move on Gue Xiao for now, but someone with ulterior motives couldn't hold back anymore. Gue Xiao and Ishihara Taro kissed as they walked into her bedroom. This was the apartment she rented off campus. It was a small one-bedroom and very clean. There were white linen curtains with light purple patterns and plain wood furniture. There was a wooden vase on the small coffee table in the middle of the living room. Ishihara Taro had given her a few winter jasmine flowers. The winter jasmine hadn't bloomed yet at this time of year. Those who could get their hands on such flowers had to be nurtured in a special greenhouse. It didn't look like much, but in this midwinter weather, it wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Money wasn't the most important thing. Ishihara Taro had just turned 18. He was 8 or 9 years younger than Gue Suyao. Also, his face was small, so he looked like a teenager. She didn't have any extravagant hopes that this handsome heir of the Nippon Corporation would take a liking to her. But the pie in the sky had finally fallen on her head. This handsome young man had finally become a guest of hers. The two of them rolled onto the bed and quickly made love like they were familiar with each other. After it was over, Ishihara Taro leaned against the headboard and smoked. His expression was very indifferent. Gue Suyao wrapped herself in a blanket and propped her head up against the pillow. She looked at him in fascination and asked, "Ishihara, can you really convince your grandfather?" Ishihara Taro blew a puff of white smoke at her, squinted his eyes, and smiled. "Of course, I'm my grandfather's only grandson. He'll listen to whatever I say." Gue Suyao was relieved and leaned on Ishihara Taro's shoulder. The 18-year-old Ishihara Taro had a frail figure. His skin was pale, and his collarbones were distinct. Even so, Gue Suyao still felt good because of the explosive power. This man was good-looking, had a powerful family, and loved her. It would be strange if she let him go. At that moment, Gue Suyao had even forgotten about Hijichu. She only had eyes for Ishihara Taro. She was Hijichu's in-service doctoral student, so she had to take her final exams as well. However, she had been hanging out with Ishihara Taro for the past few days and had no time to study at all. Maybe she would fail, but she didn't care anymore. As long as she could marry Ishihara Taro, it didn't matter whether she got her PhD or not. Ishihara Taro finished his cigarette and turned around to see Gue Suyao's infatuated expression. He smiled and leaned down again. After another round of lovemaking, Gue Suyao hugged Ishihara Taro and didn't allow him to roll over. She whispered in his ear, "Gu Nianji is already back. She's fine." Ishihara Taro's body stiffened. He slowly pushed her away and sat up. He said coldly, "What does it have to do with me whether she's fine or not?" Gue Suyao was stunned and quickly sat up. She asked anxiously, "Don't you want her to die?" "Shut up." Ishihara Taro suddenly raised his voice and shouted at her. "When did I want her to die? Don't talk nonsense." Gue Suyao understood and quickly expressed her loyalty. "Ishihara, don't worry. I won't betray you. Besides, if you can really let her die, I'll be happier than you." Ishihara Taro glanced at her and didn't say anything. He slowly leaned against the bed and wanted to smoke again. He searched the bedside table for a long time and found a pack of cigarettes. He looked at it and took one out to put it in his mouth. After a while, he said calmly, "I don't want her to die, but if God wants her to die, no one can stop him. Don't you think so?" Gue Suyao smiled happily. "Of course. It has nothing to do with us." That was the best. Otherwise, she would have to think about how to create an alibi. The two of them talked for a while more. Only after Gue Suyao agreed to help Ishihara Taro keep an eye on Gu Nianji's whereabouts did Ishihara Taro leave her house. During the weekend, Gu Nianji decided to go back to the house she bought in Hipingli. Machichi was very surprised. "There's only 1 week left before the final exams. Isn't it a waste of time for you to run around?" Gu Nianji smiled at her mischievously and said something that was very annoying. "I've already done my revision. There's only 1 week left. I want to relax before the exams." Gu Nianji. Go away. Machichi was very angry when she heard that. I'm also a straight-A student. But I'll be crushed by a straight-A student like you. I don't want to see you again. It's okay, my dear Chichi. I'm just a day student. Every morning, I'll bring you breakfast and have dinner with you at night. I'll only go back after that. Don't worry, I won't leave you alone. As Gunyenji said that, she even winked at Machichi. Machichi was captivated by Gunyenji's sudden flirtatious behavior. She smiled and flicked Gunyenji's forehead. Okay, I'll let you off this time. If you're so arrogant again, I'll punish you to draw out the key points for the exams. No problem, no problem. Gunyenji finally calmed Machichi down. She packed a simple suitcase and dragged it out of B University. As soon as she left the school gates, she felt that someone was following her. It wasn't the people from the Special Operations Forces. Those people were too skilled. If they didn't want her to discover them, she wouldn't have been able to sense that someone was following her. However, these people following her were obviously newbies. When Gunyenji thought about how Hua Xiaoheng's men were protecting her in secret, she felt more confident. She still had this bit of courage to go against Ishihara Taro. Gunyenji pretended not to see the sneaky people and dragged her suitcase towards the Hipingli precinct. The precinct was actually not far from B University. If she walked and took a shortcut, it would only take about 20 minutes. It wasn't much slower than driving. Gunyenji's car was still parked in the underground garage of the Hipingli precinct. She planned to drive her car to and from school in the future. 20 minutes later, she walked through the main gate of the Hipingli precinct. The people who were following her shook at the door and scattered in all directions. This precinct was more strictly managed. Anyone who wasn't a resident of the precinct had to show their identification and register before they could enter. Gunyenji used the key card to open her room. She looked at the warm sunlight pouring down on the floor and gradually calmed her nerves. She took a deep breath. The game had officially begun. Between Ishihara Taro and her, who would be the one to control the storm? It was the third watch. It was the new month, and the guaranteed monthly votes had dropped. Dear friends, you can vote now. There were also recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 940. On Saturday morning, Gunyenji arrived at the apartment she had bought in the Hipingli district. She could tell that no one had been in the apartment. Although the doors and windows were tightly shut, there was still a thin layer of dust on the windowsill and furniture. Gunyenji was very satisfied. She treated the apartment as her own little world and did not intend to share it with unrelated people, even if it was a part-time cleaner. Putting down her suitcase and computer bag, Gunyenji went to the kitchen to find a rag and began to carefully wipe the apartment. First, she used a dry rag to wipe away the dust, then used a wet tissue to wipe again and disinfect it. By the time she had wiped all the rooms until they were sparkling clean, 3 hours had passed. She could not even straighten her back. Gunyenji threw herself onto the sofa and lay on the extremely flexible corner sofa. She covered her eyes with one arm and did not want to move for a long time. After her breathing stabilized, she felt her stomach growl. It was time for lunch. Gunyenji rubbed her stomach and sat up from the sofa. She suddenly remembered that she did not know how to cook. How would she solve the problem of eating alone for 2 days? There was no food in the fridge except for water. There seemed to be rice in the kitchen cupboard, but other than that, there was nothing else. She weighed the options of buying groceries, ordering takeout, and eating out for a while before deciding to eat out. She did not know how to cook even if she bought groceries, so why waste them? As for ordering takeout, it was more troublesome. There were too many uncontrollable factors, so it was not suitable for her at the moment. Moreover, she needed to go out more to contribute more parameters to Ishihara Taro's algorithm. The corners of Gunyenji's lips curled up into a sly smile. She walked to the bedroom to get her small backpack and saw herself in the mirror smiling like a little fox. She quickly used her hand to rub the corners of her lips and revealed the most tranquil smile. Coming out of the apartment, Gunyanji entered the elevator and pressed the button for the first floor. At this time, there was no one outside the apartment. She was the only one staring at the mirror in the elevator in a daze. The elevator was an important parameter. When Gunyanji came out of the elevator, she had already silently calculated the probability of the elevator accident. If she were Ishi Harataro, she would not let go of such a good tool like the elevator. After exiting from the main gate of the Hippingli district, he walked along a quiet path, walked all the way out, turned left, and walked for about 200 meters before arriving at a commercial street. There were supermarkets, restaurants, cafes, internet cafes, gyms, and bars. From small shops that only served porridge for breakfast to high-end restaurants that could treat people to a Manchu Han imperial feast in the evening, there was everything that one could wish for. For someone with terrible cooking skills like Gunyanji, this place could be considered a treasure trove. Gunyanji randomly walked through a few shops and found a shop that looked pleasing to the eye. She bought a basket of small steamed buns and a bowl of millet porridge. When she saw the crispy fried dough sticks, she couldn't help but buy a thick fried dough stick and a bowl of salted tofu pudding. She put them in a lunch box to take away. After walking for a while, she remembered that she had bought food for breakfast, and it was already noon. Gunyanji stopped in her tracks and found another luxurious restaurant. She ordered a few dishes and sat by the window, lost in thought as she stared at the scenery outside. Outside the window, there was a sidewalk paved with colored stones, and the sidewalk was lined with sycamore trees. It was winter, and the leaves of the sycamore trees had already fallen off, leaving only bare branches. Further ahead was the main road. Although it was winter, the streets were still bustling with traffic, and it was very lively. Small evergreen shrubs were planted under the windowsill, and they were still lush in winter. During Christmas, they could also be used as small Christmas trees to hang colored lights. There weren't many people in the restaurant. Gunyanji only looked out the window for a while before two people opened the door and entered the restaurant. They looked like a couple. They sat down not far from Gunyanji. They leaned their heads against each other and whispered to each other, looking very intimate. If they didn't constantly look at Gunyanji from the corners of their eyes, Gunyanji would really believe that they were a couple. Not long after, the dishes she ordered were served. A dish of glistening yellow shredded banana served as a dessert, a dish of milky white and tender Shishi's tongue soup, a dish of light yellow soft minced meat pot tofu, and a small bowl of fragrant Thai rice were placed on the table, steaming hot. Gunyanji was so hungry that she buried her head in the food alone. The people in the restaurant all noticed the young girl sitting by the window. She looked to be 18 or 19 years old, but she ate with an incomparable satisfaction and sweetness. Everyone's appetite increased when they saw her, and they didn't know what kind of delicacies she was eating. Although there wasn't much food in front of her, the portion was enough for 2 men, but she finished it all by herself. After eating, she looked at the empty plate in front of her, longing to lick it again. The chef of the restaurant saw this and rubbed his hands in joy. She really liked his food. There was nothing that made a chef happier than this. In his excitement, he asked someone to give Gunyanji a 20% discount card, saying that as long as she ate here, she would get a lifetime discount. Gunyanji didn't expect to have such good luck for lunch, and she smiled at the waiter who gave her the discount card. She was born delicate and beautiful. When she was young, she was mostly cute. Now that she was an adult and had sex, she couldn't help but have a hint of gentleness in her eyes. When she smiled at people without any subtlety, it made people's hearts pound. They only felt that the smile was like the first handful of snow on the plum blossoms in winter, bright and beautiful. Under the pure whiteness, there was a gorgeous color that was half hidden, and it was even more moving. "Thank you." Gu Nianji took the 20% discount card and wrote a 20% tip on the bill, returning almost all the discount. Gu Nianji lowered her head. The waiter couldn't see her face, but he still felt dazzled. Although he was in the restaurant, it was like he was in a garden. The breathtaking scenery just now was like a dream. He returned to the checkout counter with the bill and card in hand, and then slowly came back to his senses. Gu Nianji didn't know anything about this. She put away her things and waited for the waiter to take her card back. She still looked out the window at the sidewalk. During the meal, she counted about 98 people passing by the sidewalk outside the window. She didn't know how many of the 98 people were permanent residents here, and how many were just passing by. This would affect their calculations. The waiter came back and returned Gu Nianji's card to her. He mustered up his courage and said, "Tomorrow we have a chef we hired from out of town to do a food exhibition. Miss, if you're free, you can come by again." Gu Nianji saw that the people here were polite and generous, and the food tasted to her liking, so she agreed immediately. "Okay, I'll come back tomorrow." "Thank you, handsome." She said it casually, and the waiter blushed. He personally walked her out and even helped her open the curtain and push the door open. After returning to the apartment, Gu Nianji put the breakfast she bought in the fridge. She planned to have some for supper and the rest for breakfast the next day. She was actually very lazy, and even if she went out every day, she only wanted to go out once. Saturday passed in a blink of an eye. The next day was Sunday, and Gu Nianji slept in. When she woke up, it was already noon. She ate the leftovers from yesterday's breakfast for lunch, then took a shower, changed her clothes, and tidied up the room. She then looked at her schedule for the next week. After making a few changes, she realized it was already 4 in the afternoon. She slowly packed her suitcase again and carried it downstairs. This time, she went to the apartment's underground parking lot. The flashy red custom-made Ferrari that Hu Xiaoheng had given her was parked there. Gu Nianji threw her suitcase in the back seat, then opened the door to sit in the driver's seat. She checked the condition of the car, and only after everything was in good condition, did she drive out with peace of mind. Long after she drove out of the Hepingli precinct, the people loitering at the entrance finally realized that she had actually driven away. When she arrived at the restaurant she went to yesterday, Gu Nianji parked the car on the side of the road. It wasn't even 5:00 yet, and people didn't have dinner that early, so it wasn't difficult to find a parking space. Gu Nianji pushed the door open, and the waiter from yesterday immediately jogged over with a smile. "Miss, you're here." Gu Nianji nodded. "I'm here to try the signature dishes of the chef you specially hired. Please take a seat here. This is today's special menu. The kitchen has already started preparing. What would you like? This is the freshest dish." The waiter enthusiastically introduced the day's special dishes to her. Gu Nianji looked very attentively and picked a few dishes that she hadn't tried before, but that Machichi would also like. The waiter happily took the menu and went to report the dishes to the kitchen. Because there weren't many people, and because the chef wanted to try his hand first, the 4 dishes that Gu Nianji ordered were prepared quickly and well. Gu Nianji only ate 1 dish and had the waiter pack the other 3 dishes for her to take away. The waiter saw that she only ate 1 of the 4 dishes she had ordered this time, and thought that she didn't like these dishes. He couldn't help asking in confusion, "Are these dishes not to your taste?" Gu Nianji shook her head and smiled. "No, these dishes are very delicious. I want to take these 3 dishes back to share with my friends. They're so delicious." So that was how it was. The waiter was happy again and carefully packed the dishes for Gu Nianji before personally seeing her out. However, when he saw Gu Nianji's bright red luxury car parked on the side of the road, his attitude couldn't help but become even more respectful. Gu Nianji got into the car and waved at him before quickly driving away. As soon as she left, a few people also got into their cars and drove away. Gu Nianji drove all the way back to the university and parked in the paid parking lot. This was one of the few times that she drove, so she was still a bit rusty and didn't drive very fast. It took her half an hour to drive a distance that could have taken her 20 minutes on foot. However, when she returned to the dormitory, Machichi's enthusiastic cheers made Gu Nianji feel that the trip was worth it. "Nianji, where did you find such delicious food? It's so good, I can have it all myself." Machichi excitedly picked up a small bowl and scooped herself a bowl of rice. Although she had already eaten dinner, it wasn't impossible for her to have another meal with such delicious food in front of her. Gu Nianji waved at her. "Eat slowly, I'm going to the library." After resting for 2 days, she resumed her routine at school. Every day was the library, cafeteria, and dormitory. A week had passed. Ishihara Taro crossed his arms in front of his chest and sat in his high-rise apartment in Sanjuan. He closed his eyes and listened to his subordinate's report on Gu Nianji's whereabouts. "Young master, Gu Nianji's schedule this week has changed. She didn't stay at school all the time but went to her apartment in Hipingli during the weekend and stayed there alone. She went out for a meal during the day and spent the rest of the time in the neighborhood. The security in the neighborhood is very tight, so we didn't sneak in for the time being to avoid alerting the enemy. Young master, Gu Nianji has a fixed restaurant. She went there for 2 days in a row, and the people there even gave her a 20% discount card." Young master, Gu Nianji returned to school from her apartment. This time, no one picked her up. She walked to her apartment and drove a Ferrari sports car back. Ishihara Taro suddenly opened his eyes. "A Ferrari sports car? Her?" "Yes, it's a very luxurious custom-made Ferrari sports car. According to the information that Miss Gu Yanran sent, this Ferrari sports car was a Valentine's Day gift from her ex-lover, Wu Xiaoheng, when they were still together. However, they broke up after the incident in Germany. This is the first update with 3,600 words. It's a new month, and the guaranteed monthly votes have been dropped. Dear friends, you can vote now. There are also recommendation votes. Monthly votes will increase by 900 updates at 1 p.m. Third update at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to the leader of the alliance, Momo Moshi, for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Yunhan Yuqin and Wenyan Chidian for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Chapter 941. Are you sure they broke up? Ishihara Taro asked suspiciously. Absolutely. The person was very certain about this. Other than Miss Gu Yanran, there was another ally who didn't want to be named who confirmed this. Ishihara Taro knew that other than Gu Yanran, there was another powerful but low-profile ally who had helped the Ishihara Corporation. As for who this person was, it was said that even his grandfather, Ishihara Wakashi, wasn't sure. It was a pity that this person was very secretive and had never met them in person. They had always contacted each other through the phone. Now they couldn't even get through to him. Ishihara Taro no longer doubted this person when he heard it. She actually gave me a Ferrari as a Valentine's Day gift. No wonder she didn't care about me at all. Ishihara Taro looked up and thought about it silently for a while. He returned to his room and began to input these events into his formula. He first calculated the probability, then madly calculated and deduced all kinds of possible consequences. Gu Nianji had just returned to her dorm when Ishihara Taro was so engrossed in his calculations that he forgot to eat and sleep. The last week of revision had ended, and the next week would be exam time. Machichi opened the door to see that Gu Nianji had already returned with the breakfast she had bought and was scooping porridge for her. Nianji. My conch girl. Let me marry you. Machichi, who had been starving all night, was so happy when she saw the table full of delicious breakfast. She rushed over to hug Nianji and rubbed her cheeks. Gu Nianji quickly pushed her away and smiled. I bought all of this. I can't be a conch girl. You might as well marry a chef. Ma Chichi made a face at her. I was just saying. Don't take it seriously. Pfft. Gu Nianji laughed and scratched her face twice to embarrass her. Hurry up and eat your breakfast. I even made coffee for you. Drink it quickly and prepare for your exams. Their first exam was that morning. Because Gu Nianji was graduating early, she had to take twice as many exams as Ma Chichi. Ma Chichi only had 2 exams today, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. Gu Nianji had 4 exams today. 2 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and 1 in the evening. Ma Chichi knew that Gu Nianji was busier than her, so she quickly waved her hand. Don't worry about me. Don't go back tonight, will you? Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile. It's fine. I'll head straight back after the exam. Is it okay for you to live alone? Of course I'm fine. I'm only worried about you. Ma Chichi turned to look at Gu Nianji with a deep frown. You have so many exams, and you still want to be a day student. It's just a test. Gu Nianji shrugged. I really didn't take it to heart. Forget it, she was worried for nothing. Ma Chichi snorted and turned her head to continue eating her breakfast and drinking her coffee. Gu Nianji made a face at Ma Chichi's back and walked to her room with a smile. She wasn't worried about this week's exams at all. She was only worried about whether her plan would succeed or not. As soon as the exam started today, the news of Gu Nianji's early graduation would definitely spread throughout the entire faculty. The Japanese exchange student, Ishihara Taro, would definitely know about it. The exam bell rang, and Gu Nianji walked into the exam room confidently. She was not surprised to see Ishihara Taro sitting next to her. She looked straight ahead and sat down to prepare for the first introduction to law exam. Ishihara Taro actually didn't study much about law, but he had a good memory and could remember almost everything he saw. Therefore, he made a last-minute effort to buy some notes and exam syllabus and memorize them all in one night. He came to participate in the exam today purely because he wanted to compete with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji smiled as she sat in her seat and waited for the teacher to hand out the exam papers. Ishihara Taro twirled his pen. His handsome face was expressionless, and his entire body exuded a cold aura that warned strangers to stay away. This attracted the attention of many girls. Soon, the invigilator entered the exam room and handed out the exam papers. Gu Nianji took out her pen and began to write quickly. She only used 45 minutes to finish all the questions. After checking once, Gu Nianji handed in the exam paper. The invigilator was very surprised and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to check again?" Gu Nianji shook her head and said softly, "I've already checked. I have another exam soon and must hand it in." Oh. The invigilator glanced at her and put the exam paper away. "Then you can go." Gu Nianji walked out of the exam room briskly and rushed to the second exam of the day. Ishihara Taro was not surprised that Gu Nianji could hand in the exam paper early. He used to do this often, but handing in the exam paper early when there was still an hour and a half left was too arrogant. He looked in the direction that Gu Nianji had disappeared and looked down to continue answering the questions. Time passed very quickly. It seemed like a day had passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Nianji finished the fourth exam of the day and handed in the exam paper half an hour early. She walked out of the classroom at 8:30 p.m. and walked to the parking lot. Before she reached the parking lot, she met Ishihara Taro. He was smoking a cigarette by himself under a tree. When he saw Gu Nianji walking over, he seemed a little surprised, but he wasn't particularly surprised. There was an indescribable complex emotion in his expression. "Classmate Gu." He called out to Gu Nianji with a cigarette in his hand. Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks and looked at him. May I know who you are? Ishihara. Ishihara Taro walked over and looked at her in confusion. There were only 2 exams for the first year of the Master of Laws. Why did you take 4 exams? Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows. How did you know how many exams I took? Are you so interested in other people's privacy? The exam schedule is posted on the bulletin board in the faculty office. Is that considered privacy? Ishihara Taro retorted sarcastically. I just had to take a look and I would know. Gu Nianji was speechless. Fine, so what? Gu Nianji pouted in disdain. What does it have to do with you how many exams I took? I was just asking. Ishihara Taro threw away the cigarette in his hand unhappily. Tell me if you want. Gu Nianji turned around and left without saying a word. She knew that to some people, the information she obtained herself was definitely more reliable. If she told him personally, he wouldn't believe her. As expected, Ishihara Taro took it to heart. Looking at Gu Nianji's disappearing silhouette, he took out his phone and called Gue Suyao. Ah Yao, are you free tonight? Gue Suyao was studying for a doctorate. Her final exams were all about writing papers and open book exams. However, she hadn't studied much recently. Even open book exams were a little difficult for her. But when she received Ishihara Taro's call, she nodded without hesitation. I'm free, Ishihara-kun. What's the matter? Of course. Ishihara Taro smiled. I'll pick you up. Gue Suyao happily agreed. She packed her books and got into Ishihara Taro's car. Ah Yao, that first-year student, Gu Nianji, why does she have to take 4 exams? Ishihara Taro asked casually as he drove to his apartment. Gue Suyao was a little unhappy that Ishihara Taro mentioned other women in front of her. But because it was Gu Nianji, she didn't say anything. She knew that Ishihara Taro wanted to deal with Gu Nianji, so she told him everything she knew. I also only found out today. Turns out she wants to graduate early. That's why she has to take twice as many exams as a first-year student. What? Ishihara Taro slammed on the brakes. The luxury sports car screeched to a stop on the shoulder of the road. You said she wants to graduate early. When? Ishihara Taro was extremely nervous. Why did he only find out about such important news now? It's this semester. 1 week of exams and the weekend of oral defense. I only helped her pass the message today and told her that the last oral defense professor has already been confirmed. Gue Suyao thought about it. If she graduates and leaves, what will you do? Will you still have to deal with her? Ishihara Taro looked at her coldly and turned to drive back to B University. Hey, where are you going? Gue Suyao was very surprised. She turned to look at Ishihara Taro. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Ishihara Taro shook his head. I just remembered that I still have something to do. I'll send you back first. I'll pick you up to see my grandfather after the exams. Gue Suyao was originally very unhappy because Ishihara Taro went back on his words. But when she heard that she would be meeting Ishihara Taro's grandfather after the exams and that he was his only relative, she immediately cheered up. This was the prelude to meeting his parents. Gue Suyao became bashful and said embarrassedly, Isn't it a little too fast? Will your grandfather mind that I'm older than you? Although Ishihara Taro didn't mind, it was impossible for Gue Suyao not to. You're thinking too much. My grandfather is a very reasonable person, Ishihara Taro said calmly. His expression was so cold that a layer of ice could have been scraped off. But Gue Suyao, who was immersed in the sudden happiness, couldn't feel it. She only felt that Ishihara Taro's personality was just right. He was aloof and she liked it. This time, Ishihara Taro sent Gue Suyao all the way to the dormitory of the female law students. This was also something that had never happened before. Gue Suyao increasingly believed that Ishihara Taro wanted to bring her to meet his parents and announce their relationship. The car stopped. Ishihara Taro didn't let Gue Suyao get out immediately. Instead, he pulled her and kissed her in the car reluctantly. The hood of the sports car was lower than the average car. It wasn't very comfortable for the two of them to kiss in the car. But Gue Suyao didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Instead, she couldn't bear to part from him. Ishihara Taro looked at the watch on his wrist as he kissed Gue Suyao. 9:10 p.m. It was almost time. Ishihara Taro let go of Gue Suyao and kissed her face again. He smiled and said, "You can go in." Gue Suyao was reluctant and wanted to stay a little longer. But Ishihara Taro had already unbuckled her seatbelt. "Let's go. We have plenty of time." "Okay, Ishihara-kun." Gue Suyao was finally willing to get out of the car. She bent down and waved at Ishihara Taro in the car. She smiled sweetly and said, "Ishihara-kun, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Ishihara Taro smiled slightly as he watched Gue Suyao walk into the dormitory. At this time, her best friend happened to return from the library. The two of them stood in the lobby of the dormitory building and chatted. They didn't enter the elevator immediately. At this time, most of the students were still studying. Only Gue Suyao and her friend were in the lobby downstairs. Ishihara Taro smiled coldly. Everything was going according to his plan. He would use Gue Suyao to practice his skills again. Only this classmate knew about his relationship with Gue Suyao the best. He couldn't guarantee that the blabbermouth Gue Suyao hadn't told this person about his plan to deal with Gunyenji. Ishihara Taro started the car with a cold expression and backed out. When he drove to the blind spot of the camera in front of the dormitory building, he quickly threw a gold coin out of the car. The car had just left when the manager of the dormitory building came back from the boiler room with a bottle of hot water. A ray of gold light flashed in front of her eyes. It was actually a gold coin. She stopped in her tracks and wanted to bend down to pick up the gold coin. In the darkness, she forgot that there was a foot-high cement flower bed beside her. The hot water bottle in her hand knocked against the flower bed. With a dull thud, the hot water bottle was smashed into pieces and the hot water inside spilled out. Because it was winter, the manager was wearing a lot of clothes. She didn't get scalded, but her hands were. She screamed in pain and couldn't care less about picking up the gold coin on the ground. She stretched out her scalded hands and ran to her room. Her room was on the first floor of the dormitory building. There was ointment for burns. When the manager rushed into her room, Gue Suyao and her classmate walked towards the elevator. Their conversation happened to last a perfect 15 minutes. It was exactly as Ishihara Taro had planned. "Where's my burn ointment? Where's my burn ointment?" The manager's hands were scalded. The pain made her anxious and she rushed to the place where she kept the ointment. The place was a small closet, and the main power switch of the dormitory building was right next to it. Although graduate students didn't need to pull the switch to turn off the lights at night, the dormitory building still had such a control system. This was because when it was originally designed, this building was probably also used as a dormitory for undergraduate students. The manager's hands were numb from the pain. It was very inconvenient and not nimble when she searched through the closet. In a panic, she shoved her hands into the closet and took everything out. Because her hands were injured, she couldn't control her strength and direction. She was already strong to begin with, so she almost tore the entire closet off and affected the main power switch next to it. The lights in the room flickered twice, and then the lights in the entire building went out. At this time, the elevator that Gue Suyao and her classmate took just reached the top floor, the 12th floor. The entire building suddenly lost power, and the elevator door wouldn't open no matter how hard they tried. How did this happen? Open the door. Open the door. Gue Suyao and her classmate were so anxious that they pressed the up and down buttons in the elevator with all their might. They slapped the elevator door hard and even called the security office outside. At this time, the manager, whose hands were scalded, knew that she had pulled the wrong switch. She endured the pain and held the main switch with both hands and pushed it up. She used too much strength. The main switch that hadn't been used for a long time couldn't withstand her repeated pushing and pulling. Very soon, a few indigo sparks burst out, and the circuit began to buzz. The lights in the entire building suddenly lit up, then went out again, lit up again, and went out again. After this happened a few times, the building finally fell into complete darkness. The elevator that Gue Suyao and her classmate were in had malfunctioned due to a short circuit, and Gue Suyao and her classmate were pressing the buttons randomly. It was falling rapidly from a high place. Once the elevator went out of control, the consequences of the huge acceleration would be unimaginable. Gue Suyao and her classmate only had time to let out 2 shrill cries before they crashed heavily to the ground with the elevator. This chapter has 4,300 words. 2 chapters in one, including the monthly votes of 900 plus chapters. In the new month, the guaranteed monthly votes have dropped. Dear friends, you can vote now. There are also recommendation votes. There are no more at night. Chapter 942. The crash of the elevator was so loud that almost everyone in the building heard it. Everyone walked out of the dormitory with their phones lit up and looked at each other in the dark hallway. What happened? I think I heard a loud noise from the elevator. I heard it too. I thought it was an earthquake. Everyone chattered and raised their phones as they walked to the corridor where the elevator was located. There were originally 2 elevator doors side by side, but they were still closed. Because of the power outage, the elevator doors could not be opened. If everyone wanted to go downstairs, they could only take the stairs. Ah! The dormitory manager finally realized what had happened. She let out an earth-shattering scream and made a phone call in a flurry. She called the school security department, the off-campus police station, and even the elevator's warranty number. 5 minutes later, police sirens blared frantically as they drove in from outside the school. The people from the school security department had arrived long ago. The electrician fixed the main switch, but the elevator, it had fallen beyond recognition. Blood slowly flowed out from the bottom of the elevator and dyed the front of the elevator on the first floor dark red. There's someone in the elevator. No one knew who cried out first, but everyone suddenly screamed and ran in all directions. Almost all the students in the building ran out. Some didn't even put on their coats and were shivering in the cold winter night. Machichi had just returned from self-study and was shocked to see her classmates surrounding the front of the dormitory building. She went over to a girl on the same floor and asked, "What happened? Why did everyone run out? Was there a fire alarm?" No. No. The girl's face was full of fear. There was a problem with the circuit, and then the elevator broke down and fell from a high place. There were people inside. As she spoke, the girl couldn't take it anymore and found a place to vomit. Machichi's face turned pale when she heard that. She carried her backpack and took 2 steps back. There really was someone. Yeah, I heard it. I didn't dare go down to see. Another girl covered her nose and came over. Chi-Chi, are you still going up? I don't dare to stay here anymore. I want to go home. It's okay, it's okay. The elevator probably broke down. Just fix it. Machichi was confused and tried to persuade the girl. Soon, the police arrived and pulled up a yellow line at the place where the elevator had fallen. There was only one working elevator in the entire building, and even the door of the other one was sealed. Everyone watched in the cold winter night for more than an hour before the malfunctioning elevator was cleaned up. The people inside were sent out in body bags. The students didn't see what happened, but they heard that one of the two girls in the elevator was their class counselor, Gue Suyao. Gue Suyao had been working as a counselor for first-year master's students this year, so she had a lot of contact with them. On Christmas Eve, she had just organized a Christmas party at Jinling Bar with the class committee. She didn't expect that she would be gone in less than half a month. Everyone felt a little uncomfortable. Finally able to go upstairs, the students all chose to take the stairs. Before the psychological trauma of the elevator accident dissipated, everyone probably wouldn't take the elevator again. Machichi followed everyone back to her dorm room. Looking at the empty room, she suddenly felt a little scared. She took out her phone and fiddled with it for a while before calling In Shixiang. Chi. It's so late. You're still up. In Shixiang had been suspended for a month and didn't have any visible work for the time being. He was preparing to go home and propose. He planned to take Machichi to his hometown to meet his parents after her exams. Machichi sat on the bed and hugged the blanket tightly. She said nervously, "Our building's elevator suddenly crashed today. I think there were 2 students inside. They probably died." In Shixiang froze and immediately stood up. "What did you say? Say it again." Machichi felt bad and was a little impatient. She pouted and said, "Didn't you hear me clearly? I said that our building's elevator suddenly broke down today. Luckily, I was studying in the library and not in the dorm. If I had been there..." Chi. In Shixiang quickly interrupted her. "Don't talk nonsense." Machichi finally smiled and felt better. Holding the phone to her face, she cocked her head and said, "You're worried about me." "Of course I'm worried about you." In Shixiang snorted. "Nonsense. Stay here and be safe." "Then can you not stay in the dorm anymore?" "What about Ninji? Was she scared?" Machichi shook her head. Ninji was lucky. She went back to her apartment for the past 2 weeks. She wasn't scared. However, In Shixiang's words reminded her. Machichi said, "I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I'm going to call Ninji and see if she's willing to let me stay for a few days." In Shixiang agreed and hung up. He was in disbelief. He walked around his room a few times and scratched his head. He called Hu Xiaoheng. At this time, Hu Xiaoheng was still working overtime in the office. The time around the Lunar New Year was always the busiest for the senior officials. The soldiers could look forward to the Lunar New Year holidays all year round, but the senior officials couldn't. The ones on duty at this time were the senior officials at all levels. Hu Xiaoheng was no exception. In the past 6 or 7 years, he had been on duty for almost every Lunar New Year except last year. This year, he planned to stay on duty at the military base. The operator connected In Shixiang's call. He wore a Bluetooth headset and typed quickly on the computer as he asked, "Big Xiong. What's wrong? You're not happy with your suspension and want to work?" In Shixiang chuckled. "How could that be? Hu Xiao, I'm not going to talk nonsense with you. I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Hu Xiaoheng looked at his watch. It was 11:30 at night. Something at this hour was usually not a small matter. As expected, In Shixiang lowered his voice and whispered, "Hu Xiao, I just heard from Chi that her dorm building's elevator suddenly broke down. There are 2 students in the elevator. They probably won't be able to survive." Hu Xiaoheng's hand paused for a moment, then he continued typing on the keyboard as if nothing had happened. "Okay. Is there anything else?" "Hu Xiao, you're not worried about Ninji at all?" In Shixiang almost screamed. "If you keep this up, you'll really not have a girlfriend. I'm telling you. Hu Xiaoheng's hand paused again before he calmly snuffed Yin Shixiang out. If you keep talking to me like this, you'll not have a wife. I'm telling you. Why? I'm going to propose soon. Yin Shixiang rolled up his sleeves proudly. Even if you're my boss, you can't separate us. Is that so? Hu Xiaoheng laughed dryly. I heard that the poorest outpost in the southwest corner of Africa is short of manpower. I'm considering who to send. Yin Shixiang was stunned for 2 seconds before he wailed and apologized to Hu Xiaoheng again. Hu Xiao, I was wrong. Please don't send me so far away to Africa. At least wait until after I get married. If he sent him to Africa right now, even if Ma Chichi didn't care, her parents would definitely object. They wouldn't let their daughter follow him to a remote place in Africa, and they wouldn't let their daughter live apart from her husband at such a young age. So Hu Xiaoheng wasn't exaggerating when he said he'd make him not have a wife. Hu Xiaoheng typed the last letter and turned off the computer. He calmly told Yin Shixiang to scram as far away as he could. As long as you know. Yin Shixiang understood that the alarm had been lifted. He chuckled. Hu Xiao, you really have the demeanor of a general. I just received Chi-Chi's call. My heart almost jumped out of my throat. Hu Xiaoheng's gaze froze for a moment. He stood up from behind his desk and calmly packed up the things on his desk and locked them up. He said, the fact that you called me so happily means that Nianji must be fine. Big Xiong, you really disappoint me, you're making me panic over such a small matter. Hu Xiao, you can't say that. This is human nature. Chi-Chi is special in my heart. Even if I know she's fine, I'll still worry. To be honest, when I think about how Chi-Chi was so scared at such a dangerous moment and how I couldn't be by her side, my heart feels like it's being scratched by a cat. I want nothing more than to fly over and hug her right now. Hu Xiaoheng felt Yin Shixiang's words were a bit harsh. He calmly interrupted him. You're suspended right now. You can visit Chi-Chi at any time. Why are you showing off your affection to me? You would have kicked me over a long time ago. I wanted to, but Chi-Chi said she's going to squeeze in with Nianji. You don't say, you're so relaxed because you can sense it, right? Nianji is so lucky. She didn't even stay at school this week. She's been days studying at her apartment. She drives to and from school. She's having a great time. Yin Shixiang's words sounded even better than a song. However, Hu Xiaoheng's brows furrowed. She went back to her apartment? As he spoke, he switched his phone and found the Secret Service personnel protecting Gu Nianji by her side to call. Where are you? Hu Xiao. We're at Miss Gu's apartment. She's already gone back. Everything is normal. Hu Xiaoheng tightened his grip but didn't say anything else. He nodded. Okay, continue to observe. After hanging up, Hu Xiaoheng called Gu Nianji again. However, her phone showed that it was busy. At that moment, Ma Chichi was calling Gu Nianji. 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 I'm begging you. Let me stay with you for a few days, okay? The final exams will be over in 4 days. Then I can go home. Ma Chichi gripped her phone and stomped her feet in the dorm. Oh. Why do you want to stay with me? Gu Nianji hugged her iPad and leaned against the bed to yawn. Rubbing the corners of her eyes, she saw that it was almost midnight. She wanted to sleep. Nianji, you're lucky. You just don't know what horrible thing happened in our dorm today. Ma Chichi vividly described the incident of the elevator falling from the 12th floor and said, I heard that there were 2 people inside. One of them was our counselor, Gue Suyao. Gu Nianji immediately sat up straight. Her voice trembled as she asked hoarsely, what did you say? The elevator really had an accident. Yes. Why would I lie to you? Just now, the police, ambulance, fire truck, and people from the school's security department all came. They surrounded us so tightly that we couldn't even squeeze through to see what was happening. Ma Chichi waved her fist. Nianji, can I stay with you? I'm really scared. Gu Nianji was stunned for a long time before slowly shaking her head. Chichi, I'm sorry. I can't for the next few days. You should stay in the dorm. It should be safer. Staying with her would only be more dangerous. This is the first update. It's a new month. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Monthly votes and 1200 updates at 1 p.m. Third update at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Yunhan Yuqin for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Chapter 943. Ma Chichi hadn't expected Gu Nianji to object, so she froze. She clutched her phone and sat tongue-tied on the bed, not knowing what to do. Gu Nianji didn't hear a sound from the other end of the phone, so she knew Ma Chichi probably didn't believe she would object and was still in shock, but she really couldn't let Ma Chichi stay with her now. She was probably the only one who knew that Ishihara Taro's real target was her, Gu Nianji. The elevator incident in the dormitory building was probably a hasty move by Ishihara Taro after he found out that she was going to graduate early. As for why Gue Suyao was in the elevator, Gu Nianji had her own thoughts. However, the most important thing now was to appease Ma Chichi. Gu Nianji didn't want Ma Chichi to misunderstand her. Ma Chichi was her best friend. When she was trapped in Germany and had no one to turn to for help, only that silly girl, Ma Chichi, did everything she could to help her. Gu Nianji composed herself and saw that it was Hu Xiaoheng's call. She didn't pick it up but continued to comfort Ma Chichi. His voice was very gentle as he said, "Chichi, don't think too much about it. It's not that I don't want you to stay over, but I really have something to do here. The dormitory is actually safer. Wait for a few more days. After the exams are over, I'll pick you up to live here, okay?" Ma Chichi bit her lip. She wanted to beg Gu Nianji again, but when she heard Gu Nianji say that, it sounded like she really had a problem, so she couldn't bring herself to ask. In the end, he nodded and said softly, "All right, I understand. It's late, let's go to bed. Good night." Gu Nianji was silent for a moment. "Good night." After hanging up, Ma Chichi still felt uncomfortable. After this incident, she wasn't afraid anymore, but she didn't understand Gu Nianji's behavior. She played with her phone listlessly and dialed In Shixiang's number. "Brother Xiong, Nianji won't let me stay at her place." Ma Chichi's voice was muffled, and her nose was sniffling. She seemed to be crying. In Shixiang's heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys hurt. He hurriedly said, "Chichi, don't be afraid. How about I pick you up and let you stay at my house? I also have an apartment outside." Ma Chichi snapped out of her daze and immediately objected, "That's not necessary, Brother Xiong. Maybe Nianji has some difficulties, but I'm fine. They would talk about it after the exam. Bye-bye." Ma Chichi finally stopped. She hung up the phone and rolled over to sleep. In Shixiang became worried again and quickly called Hu Xiaoheng to complain. "Hu Xiao, what's wrong with Nianji? She wasn't that kind of person. Chichi said she wanted to stay at her place for a few days, but she actually objected." Hu Xiaoheng saw that Gu Nianji's phone was busy, so he didn't call her again. He thought Gu Nianji would take Ma Chichi to her apartment for a few days. After all, someone had just died in the elevator of the dormitory building. It was reasonable for the little girl to be afraid. She hadn't expected Gu Nianji to object to Ma Chichi staying with her. This is too abnormal. When he thought about how Gu Nianji had suddenly abandoned the school dormitory and returned to her own apartment as a day student, Hu Xiaoheng clearly sensed that something was wrong. He couldn't sit still any longer. He hurriedly grabbed his coat from the hanger by the door, put it on, and left the house with his car keys. He didn't ask his orderly, Fan Jian, to drive. Instead, he personally drove to Gu Nianji's Hipingli apartments. Gu Nianji found out what had happened in the school elevator and couldn't fall asleep. She got up and went to the kitchen to warm some milk for herself. Just then, her phone rang again. Gu Nianji picked it up and saw it was He Zhichu. She swiped open the phone and answered it. Professor He. It's so late. You're still awake. He Zhichu was wearing a Valentino haute couture gray camel cashmere half-length coat. He stood in front of Gu Nianji's dormitory building and called her. Nianji, are you asleep? You didn't get a scare today, did you? He had just learned that Gu Nianji's dormitory building's elevator had an accident, so he specially came to see her. Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. I'm fine. Professor He, it's late. Aren't you resting? He Zhichu looked up in the direction of Gu Nianji's dormitory. I'm downstairs. I'm worried. Turn on the lights and let me see. Gu Nianji was speechless. When she came back from Hu Xiaoheng's place, she said she wanted to return to her Hipingli apartment as a day student. He Zhichu had objected at the time. However, Gu Nianji still agreed on the surface but opposed him on the inside. She secretly began studying on her own. She adapted very well this week. Even He Zhichu didn't notice. But now, she couldn't hide it anymore. Gu Nianji sighed softly and took a sip of warm milk from the microwave. She said calmly, Professor He, I'm not in the dormitory. He Zhichu was speechless for a long time. After a while, he finally said in a low voice, Where are you? I'm in the Hipingli apartment, Gu Nianji said softly. Her voice was very gentle and slow. She was trying hard to appease He Zhichu's anger. Didn't I tell you not to go anywhere last time? He Zhichu raised his voice. His grip was so strong that he almost flattened the phone. Gu Nianji smiled and said gently, Professor He, it's actually okay. You see, I returned to the Hipingli apartment just in time to avoid the dormitory building's elevator accident. I didn't make it in time, and I wasn't scared. Isn't that perfect? Also, Gu Nianji paused and stirred the milk with a small silver spoon. She added some cranberries and oatmeal. Also, I'm scared after what happened in the dormitory building. I don't dare to go back. This was a valid and logical reason. He Zhichu rubbed his temples and finally took a step back. That's fine. Then I'll pick you up tomorrow morning for the exam. I'll send you back after the exam. Anyway, I'll tie you to my side for the next few days. He Zhichu didn't know why, but he also felt inexplicably uneasy. The elevator accident in Gu Nianji's dormitory building was clearly a coincidence. He had a feeling that Gu Nianji had escaped a disaster and couldn't get better. Gu Nianji was shocked when she heard He Zhichu wanted to pick her up every day. She immediately refused. Professor He, you don't have to pick me up. I'm very safe. What's wrong with being very safe? You don't want me to pick you up because you're safe. There's only 4 or 5 days left anyway. He Zhichu refused to give up. Gu Nianji panicked and used Hu Xiaoheng's name to stop He Zhichu. Professor He, you really don't have to. Actually, Hu Xiaoheng has other plans for me. If you interfere, I'm afraid Hu Xiaoheng. He Zhichu was very insistent at first. However, when he heard Gu Nianji say Hu Xiaoheng had other plans, he hesitated and asked doubtfully, Hu Xiaoheng really has other plans? Yes. Gu Nianji nodded vigorously. She knew that He Zhichu would never confront Hu Xiaoheng, so she could use the time difference to her advantage. She would explain to Hijichu and Machichi once things were settled. However, Gunyenji thought about what she had to do and didn't dare tell Machichi the truth. The kitchen was lit with a yellow ceiling light. The light was soft and silky, and the ivory cabinets were gentle and silent under the yellow light. She extended her hand and looked at her snow-white fingers. They were clean and without a single blemish. Although her hands were small, they had their own unique strength and energy. Gunyenji clenched her fists. Her delicate face was expressionless. She was as cold as an ice sculpture, elegant and cold. Professor He, did you know? The girl who died in the dormitory building's elevator today was our counselor, Gue Suyao. You're familiar with her, right? She was also your doctoral student. Gu Nianji changed the topic without batting an eyelid. Hijichu walked to his car and opened the door to get in. He drove to his professor's building. Really? It was actually her. Hijichu was also a bit surprised. Gu Nianji took a sip of milk and said, Professor He, do you still remember the ball our class had at Jinling Bar on Christmas Eve? Hijichu nodded. Of course I remember. We were almost wiped out. Yes, I always felt that there was someone among my classmates who tipped off the mastermind. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that we were chased by police cars as soon as we left the bar's parking lot? Hijichu understood. You mean that the person who tipped off the mastermind was Gue Suyao? Gu Nianji nodded quietly. She was the most likely. That was the only way to explain why Ishihara Taro wanted to kill Gue Suyao. This could also be used in reverse. Why did Ishihara Taro want to kill Gue Suyao? Gue Suyao must have known something very unfavorable to Ishihara Taro. Then, other than the Christmas ball incident, Gu Nianji couldn't think of anything else that could have crossed paths with Gue Suyao. So from the looks of it, the incident of tying 2 bags of white powder under Hijichu's car was inextricably linked to Ishihara Taro. However, Gu Nianji didn't mention this. She couldn't let Hijichu and Hu Xiaoheng know who she was suspecting. If the two of them found out, her plan might not be able to proceed. Hijichu remembered what happened that night and didn't insist on picking her up. He only reminded her, listen to Hu Xiaoheng's arrangements and don't run around. Here, I think it won't be a problem for him to protect you. Gu Nianji tilted her head with a smile. Professor, he doesn't have any prejudice against Hu Xiao. Hijichu coughed. I don't have any prejudice against him. As long as he's good to you, I won't reject him. Gu Nianji was so touched that her throat choked. She gulped down a few mouthfuls of warm milk to suppress her tears. She said softly, Yes, thank you, Professor He. Good night. Hijichu also said good night to her before hanging up. Gu Nianji quietly finished her warm milk in the kitchen, washed the cup, and walked to the bedroom. Just then, she heard the door to the living room knock. Gu Nianji was speechless. She quickly turned off the lights in the room and picked up the baseball bat in the corner of the bedroom. She waited quietly by the wall behind the bedroom door. It was Hu Xiaoheng who opened the door. As soon as he opened the door, he immediately said, Nianji, it's me. This is the 2nd chapter. Monthly votes of 1,200 plus chapters have been delivered. It's a new month. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. 3rd chapter at 7 p.m. P.S. There's still a lot of content. I've already tried my best to speed up the progress, but there's still a lot I haven't written. It's been serialized for such a long time, do you still like it? Chapter 944. It was Hu Xiaoheng's voice. Gu Nianji let out a long sigh and hugged the baseball bat as she sat down against the wall. She wasn't being pretentious, but she was too nervous just now. She thought that Ishihara was so powerful that even a thief could be used, there were also many cases of burglary and murder. As a single woman living here, she was most afraid of this kind of thing. Hu Xiaoheng probably understood what she was thinking, so he immediately told her his name when he opened the door. Gu Nianji raised her voice. Hu Xiao. What are you doing here so late? Hu Xiaoheng pressed the switch on the wall to turn on the living room lights. The recessed ceiling lamp lit up the dark living room as if it was daytime. Gu Nianji, who was sitting against the wall in her bedroom, rubbed her eyes. Letting go of his arm, a pair of long legs appeared in front of him. Hu Xiaoheng, who was still wearing his military uniform coat, stood in front of her and looked down at her. His expression was the same as usual. It was warm yet distant, calm yet dignified. He looked at Gu Nianji quietly. However, Gu Nianji could sense his anger from his body. He couldn't help but hold the baseball bat tighter. Hu Xiaoheng stared at Gu Nianji for a while and extended his hand helplessly. Why are you sitting on the ground? Get up. Gu Nianji looked closely at his hand. His palm was slightly wide, and there was a thin callus on his palm. There was also a faint smell of gunpowder on his hand. It was the smell of bullets. His fingers were slender and strong. She could not see the joints, but she could see that his fingers were very straight. There were no fingernails, and his fingertips were trimmed neatly. When he extended his fingers to her, it was as if he could give her the whole world. Gu Nianji didn't want to hold his hand to stand up, but for some strange reason, she was bewitched by his perfect hand shape and placed her little hand on it. Hu Xiaoheng held her hand tightly, his heart fluttering. Her little hands were as soft as silk, and there was a sense of toughness in them. Such a soft pair of small hands should be properly stored and safeguarded, so that she would not be exposed to the elements. However, this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before he discarded it. Gu Nianji wasn't the kind of helpless little girl who only knew how to hide behind him and tremble. He would not break her wings that wanted to fly. However, it wanted to fly away from his control before its wings had fully grown. That was just wishful thinking. Hu Xiaoheng calmly pulled Gu Nianji up from the ground and pulled her forward. Gu Nianji couldn't stand still and hugged the baseball bat as she fell into Hu Xiaoheng's arms. Hu Xiaoheng wrapped his arms around her and smiled. Darling, you don't have to be so passionate. Gu Nianji, fortunately, the baseball bat was between them. Otherwise, Gu Nianji felt that she really wouldn't be able to explain herself. She pressed the baseball bat against Hu Xiaoheng's chest and slowly pushed him away. She looked at Hu Xiaoheng with a half-smile. Hu Xiao, what brings you here so late at night? Hu Xiaoheng's smile faded, and his expression darkened. I should be the one asking you that. What exactly do you want? She suddenly stopped living in the school dormitory and returned to her apartment in the Hepingli district as a day student. She didn't like to drive the Ferrari before because it was too flashy. But now, he drove it to and from school every day. All of this indicated that something was amiss. Hu Xiaoheng understood Gu Nianji very well. He also knew that she wasn't a rash person who changed her mind abruptly. She always had her reasons for everything she did. Although Hu Xiaoheng thought that some of her reasons were too childish, he usually didn't comment on them. Gu Nianji pursed her lips. In the half-dark bedroom, she and Hu Xiaoheng were half in the darkness and half in the light. Hu Xiaoheng's back was to the light, so Gu Nianji couldn't see the expression on his face clearly. She only saw that his eyes were very bright. They were like stars guiding the way in the darkness, illuminating her path forward. She knew that Hu Xiaoheng could see her facial expression clearly, so she was very cautious and didn't let herself reveal any strange expressions. She couldn't let Hu Xiaoheng know what she wanted to do. If he knew, he might take the risk of making a mistake to deal with Ishihara Taro. Gu Nianji absolutely didn't want Hu Xiaoheng to fall into any passive situation because of her. This man was protecting her, and she was also silently protecting this man. Perhaps she didn't dare to love him again, but she couldn't not protect him. Ishihara Taro was too cunning. Even with Gu Nianji's knowledge of the law, she couldn't find any law that could openly convict Ishihara Taro. Even if he was caught throwing the coin, even if she could prove that Ishihara Taro threw the coin and caused the subsequent series of events, the court wouldn't be able to convict him. Because the connection was too weak, it was almost impossible to determine that there was criminal evidence. Under such circumstances, she couldn't drag Hua Xiaoheng into this. The people in the system couldn't do what she was about to do, not even a little bit. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at Gu Nianji. He wasn't surprised to see the stubborn expression on her face that he was very familiar with. It was just like the year she started following him. She was only 12 years old, but she was so stubborn that it gave him a headache. He told her many times to go back to her room to sleep at night, but he would always find her hugging her little blanket and sleeping in front of his room in the middle of the night. He carried her back and often watched over her before falling asleep together. Later, when she grew older, it wasn't appropriate for him to go to her bed to sleep with her. In the end, he could only move her room to the one opposite his and leave the door open when they slept at night. Gu Nianji could only sleep peacefully when she could see the light in the room opposite her from the bed in her own room. Nianji, I know you are very smart and very brave, but I hope you understand that you can't just rely on bravery to do things. Hua Xiaoheng pointed at his head. You have to think carefully about the cause and effect. I've thought it through, Gu Nianji said instinctively. Hua Xiaoheng's expression immediately turned cold. So you really are plotting something? Gu Nianji's lips twitched. How many times had this happened? This person was too cunning. He could easily get information out of her. Gu Nianji turned her head away and didn't look at Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng pulled her to the bed in the bedroom with a headache and lifted the blanket. You're wearing too little. Go in first. Gu Nianji placed the baseball bat on the side of the bed and took off her shoes. She climbed into bed and covered herself with the blanket. Hua Xiaoheng adjusted the blanket for her and sat by her bed to look at her. His deep voice echoed in the bedroom late at night. Gu Nianji's ears turned red from hearing it. Nianji, you're in a very dangerous situation. Gu Nianji blinked and whispered, I know. I can handle it. No one understood her situation better than she did. You can really handle it. Hua Xiaoheng's voice became calm. According to the news from Japan, they found out the inside story of Ishihara Bai-san committing suicide. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up and she asked eagerly, what reason? Hua Xiaoheng said word by word, Ishihara Bai-san committed suicide because he was directly provoked by your father, Gu Xiangwen. Gu Nianji was speechless. Little Japan's psychological endurance was too weak and he was jealous of people with talent. How can he blame my father? Gu Nianji snorted disdainfully. I don't believe it. Your father personally told Ishihara Bai-san in front of many people in the Ishihara family, useless. You think you're worthy of comparing progress with me? Just this one sentence made Ishihara Bai-san feel so humiliated that he committed suicide. Nianji, do you know what this means? Gu Nianji laughed and clapped. This means that Little Japan's magnetic field research went back 50 years. Good, that's my father for you. He scolded Little Japan to death with just one sentence. I'm proud of him. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback. He hadn't thought of this reason, but he immediately realized it when Gu Nianji said it. He couldn't help but be full of respect for Gu Xiangwen. After a moment of silence, he said calmly, Nianji, the Ishihara family will not let you off for killing your father. Gu Nianji didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to be able to guess that the Ishihara family was the mastermind even though he didn't know about Ishihara Taro's relationship with Dollar. Her whole body trembled, and she used all her strength to calm her racing heart. She laughed coldly and said, then come at me. Who's afraid of who? It was the third watch. It was a new month. Please get monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. It's good as long as you like it. I hope more people come to Chidian Girls Network to support. Hello, Major General. Vote and subscribe. Thank you. Chidian readers also had official subscriptions. You can also use Chidian readers to vote. Yun Chi and Cuckoo Reading's dearest friends were kissing. Chapter 945. Who's afraid of who? Miss Gu, you're very confident, aren't you? Hua Xiaoheng smiled. His slender fingers reached out and smoothed her hair to reveal her smooth forehead. He bent down to kiss it. Gu Nianji closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled like 2 rows of little fans gently flapping. Of course I'm confident, because you gave me confidence. Gu Nianji mumbled. She reached out and hugged Hua Xiaoheng's neck. Hua Xiaoheng stared at her, and the smile on his face faded. Okay, tell me. What's your plan? Don't think that you can fool me by acting cute. Gu Nianji opened her eyes. Her pupils were so dark that they were shining. She shook her head slowly and rejected his threat. No, I don't have a plan. You really don't. Hua Xiaoheng grabbed her arm and pulled it away from his neck. Then, he clamped both of her wrists with one hand and pressed them onto the pillow. His imposing figure pressed dangerously down and completely covered her. You really won't tell me? Gu Nianji pursed her lips and blinked her big eyes, but she didn't say anything. If she hadn't guessed wrongly, the incident at their dormitory building's elevator was Ishihara Taro's doing. She had spread the rumor that she was graduating early to force Ishihara Taro to make his move earlier. Although Gu Nianji had added fuel to the fire, she hadn't expected Ishihara Taro to not even let Gue Xiao off. No one knew better than her how crazy this person was and how disregarding human life was. No one knew better than her how difficult it would be to bring him to justice. Now that she knew about her father's entanglement with the Ishihara family, all the more she couldn't ignore it and stop halfway. This matter wasn't something Hua Xiaoheng could interfere with. She didn't want him to interfere either. He had many tricks up his sleeves, but there were too many constraints from the Special Operations Forces in the Hua Xia Empire. If he let his guard down even a little, it would be a devastating blow to Hua Xiaoheng's career. Gu Nianji smiled, revealing her pearly white teeth. I really don't have any plans. She paused and continued, even if I do, it's a foolproof plan. You don't have to worry. Hua Xiaoheng stared at Gu Nianji. His calm gaze gradually became more anxious and uneasy. He let go of Gu Nianji's wrist and straightened up to sit on the armchair next to the bed. He crossed his legs, his tall frame casting a shadow, and his gaze gradually became serious. Gu Nianji, look at me. Do you know what you're doing? Do you know who your enemy is? Do you know what they have up their sleeves? How much energy does it have? If you know all this and still stubbornly refuse to tell me what you want to do, I really have to wonder if you're still the Gu Nianji that I raised. It was the first time in both of their memories that he had spoken to Gu Nianji so harshly. Gu Nianji sat up from under the blankets and took a deep breath. Mustering her courage, she said, Hua Xiao, I know what kind of situation I'll be facing, and I know you'll be worried. But can you have some faith in me for once? Confidence. Yes, believe me, I can do this well. I can handle this situation. In reality, only she could handle it. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. It's not that I don't believe you, but 2 minds are better than 1. If you don't say it, how do I know if I should be reassured? Gu Nianji knew that she couldn't say it. The moment she said it, the situation would change and become fake randomness. There were too many variables, so there was no way to talk about the so-called algorithm. She also couldn't continue fighting with Ishihara Taro. Gu Nianji looked down, her hands unconsciously digging at the silk blanket. In the end, you still don't believe in me and my abilities. It's not that I don't believe in your abilities. I know you're very smart and powerful, but what? Gu Nianji interrupted Hu Xiaoheng and gritted her teeth. When I was in danger in Germany, I still walked out of the Alps alive without you. Hu Xiaoheng's voice stopped abruptly. His gaze gradually deepened, and his expression became stern as he looked at Gu Nianji without moving. Germany was in danger. It was Germany again. That matter that put their relationship in jeopardy was like a huge mountain between them. Sometimes he felt that they had already crossed that mountain, but after going around in circles, he would always discover that they were actually still separated by mountains and oceans. Gu Nianji didn't want to say too much. She turned sideways and half covered herself with the blanket. Her back was facing Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiao, you should go. I have my graduation thesis defense this Saturday, and I will graduate after that. Before that, I hope you won't come looking for me again. I know what I'm doing, and I'll be fine. You're very sure. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji's back with her back to him thoughtfully. Her curves were graceful and alluring, but it seemed like they were separated by mountains and rivers. Gu Nianji didn't say anything and only responded with a long silence. Hu Xiaoheng didn't know whether he should believe Gu Nianji or not. But regardless, he was used to being in control of the overall situation. Even the independence and freedom that Gu Nianji wanted had to be within his sight and not out of his control. Since you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Hu Xiaoheng stood up. Then we can only do our own things and not interfere with each other. Hu Xiaoheng left Gu Nianji's apartment after he finished speaking. He didn't stay for a moment. He came and left in the dark. The people from the Ishihara family who were watching Gu Nianji didn't realize that someone was coming and going as he pleased under their noses. After returning to his headquarters, Hu Xiaoheng called Zhao Liangzi to his office overnight. Zhao Liangzi had just fallen asleep and was woken up in the middle of the night. His mind was still groggy, and he yawned as he walked in. Hu Xiao, what happened? Zhao Liangzi sat down across from Hu Xiaoheng. Everything had been normal when he left the central control room. Could something big have happened in less than an hour? Zhao Liangzi looked at Hu Xiaoheng in confusion. Hu Xiaoheng didn't know where to start. Holding the mouse in his hand, he flipped through a poker game on the computer. After a while, he finally said, "Is there a program that can monitor Nianji 24 hours a day?" Zhao Liangzi shivered, and his sleepiness instantly disappeared. He shook his head and asked blankly, "Hu Xiao, what did you say? Monitor who 24 hours a day?" Hu Xiaoheng looked at him calmly. "Gu Nianji, didn't you hear me? Why do we have to monitor Nianji 24 hours a day?" Zhao Liangzi jumped up. "I object. This little girl has no privacy. Hu Xiao, don't go overboard. She's not a lab rat. You can't do this to her." Hu Xiaoheng didn't expect Zhao Liangzi to be even more agitated than his actual boyfriend and husband. He looked at him calmly. "I haven't finished speaking. What are you so anxious about? Hurry up and sit down." His voice wasn't loud, but his tone was solemn. As soon as he said it, Zhao Liangzi wilted and sat down grumbling. He frowned and said, "Please make it clear. You said it yourself that there will be surveillance 24 hours a day. I'm not deaf." "I know you're not deaf." Hu Xiaoheng looked away. "I said surveillance 24 hours a day because I was asking you if it was technically feasible. We can only talk about other things if it's technically feasible. Of course, we don't need surveillance 24 hours a day. But I want the ability to choose the time and location of surveillance at any time. Can that be done?" Zhao Liangzi breathed a sigh of relief and rubbed his still dizzy head. He said listlessly, "Of course it's technically feasible. Nianji also has our special diamond earrings to wear in her ears, so it's completely possible to selectively monitor her at any time." "That's good." Hu Xiaoheng was silent for a long time. He turned on the computer and started the program that connected Gu Nianji's diamond earrings to the big screen in the office. This is Nianji's positioning system. Create an algorithm for me and connect it to the public surveillance system throughout the city. For the next week, every public place Gu Nianji appears in will have at least 4 cameras covering her from all 4 directions. Yes, Chief. Zhao Liangzi stood straight and accepted the order. Activate an idle satellite to cover the public places Gu Nianji appears in from above. All the demons and monsters that appear around her will have nowhere to hide in the following week. Hu Xiaoheng raised his head and looked at Zhao Liangzi sternly. Can you do it? Yes, Chief. Zhao Liangzi answered loudly to show his determination. In fact, only the initial algorithm was more troublesome. The subsequent camera coverage and the satellite's aerial view were all a piece of cake. Zhao Liangzi was an expert hacker and computer technician. He was also obsessed with algorithms. He thought of several ideas in an instant when Hu Xiaoheng made the request, but he still needed to verify which was the optimal algorithm. Zhao Liangzi perked up and left Hu Xiaoheng's office. He returned to the central control room on the 6th floor and began to write the algorithm program. He entered several algorithms he had already thought of into the computer, then entered the model of Gu Nianji's positioning device and the coordinates of the public surveillance cameras throughout the city. He wanted to see which algorithm produced the fastest and most comprehensive results. This kind of algorithm was actually similar to Excel's VLOOKUP. It was a constantly changing variable that continuously extracted data from a fixed database according to fixed conditions. Each time, it extracted data from at least 4 different directions. When dawn came, Zhao Liangzi finally came up with the most efficient algorithm and sent it to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng would do the final test. Hu Xiaoheng didn't sleep the whole night again. When it was almost dawn, he lay on his desk and closed his eyes for a while. He woke up as soon as the computer beeped. He looked closely and saw that it was Zhao Liangzi who had sent his algorithm over. Hu Xiaoheng quickly turned on the computer and tested Zhao Liangzi's algorithm. He was still somewhat dissatisfied with the results, so in the end, he personally modified it and sent it back to Zhao Liangzi for him to cross-review. Zhao Liangzi ran Hu Xiaoheng's modified algorithm program and almost knelt down. It was 10 times faster than his previous algorithm program. The CPU usage saved simply increased geometrically. With this algorithm program, Gu Nianji really had no privacy when she went out. Zhao Liangzi smiled as he lit the candle for Gu Nianji and sent Hu Xiaoheng the cross-reviewed program. Hu Xiao, I'll give you the best kiss. He vulgarly added a flaming red lips at the end. Hu Xiaoheng ignored his nonsense and quickly received the algorithm program and immediately began to use it. The big screen in the office lit up and showed Gu Nianji's figure. She was wearing a handsome Moncler short sapphire blue down jacket, blue straight-leg jeans, and white sneakers. Her beautiful figure was like a Victoria's Angel supermodel. In the thick winter morning, she was as fresh as the blue sky above. Hu Xiaoheng sat behind his desk and watched Gu Nianji's pretty and bright little face appear on the big screen in front of him. His well-defined lips couldn't help curling up. At that moment, he saw 2 men who looked like pedestrians appear on Gu Nianji's left and right. They were holding their phones and walking with their heads down. They seemed to be passers-by. Hu Xiaoheng frowned and kept adjusting the camera angle on the computer with one hand. Finally, he saw the 2 men's movements clearly. They were monitoring Gu Nianji's whereabouts. Gu Nianji wasn't completely clueless. Hu Xiaoheng clearly saw her quickly glance in the direction of the 2 men, then get into her bright red sports car as if nothing had happened and drive away. The high-definition camera brought an extremely clear visual experience, but Hu Xiaoheng clenched his fists tightly. This girl was playing with fire. This is the first chapter of 3,700 words. It's a new month. Asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Monthly votes in 1,500 chapters at 1 p.m. Third chapter at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Yunhan Yuqin, Enigma Yangxi, Iai Tang, and I am Master Rashi for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Congratulations to Yunhan Yuqin for becoming the 20th leader of Hello, Major General. Of course there will be more chapters to celebrate. Don't worry, leader. I've written it all down in my notebook. Chapter 946. Gu Nianji drove her custom-made Ferrari and sped away from the Hipingli precinct towards the B University campus. She had familiarized herself with this road after driving for a week because it was too short. If there were no traffic jams, she could reach the campus in 10 minutes. It was only past 7 in the morning, so there weren't many cars and pedestrians on the road. However, Gu Nianji didn't take her usual route today. Instead, she drove onto the highway. At this time, most of the vehicles on the highway were 18-wheeler trucks. Most of them were fuel trucks, and there were very few private cars. Gu Nianji circled the highway before getting off. As expected, the car following her messed up and almost lost her a few times. However, Gu Nianji's intention wasn't to lose them. Therefore, when she slowed down, the bright red Ferrari was easily recognizable, and the people behind her caught up again. Gu Nianji quickly got off the highway and entered the school gates to begin the day's exams. For the next 3 days, her whereabouts didn't change. She maintained the same frequency. Friday was the last day of written exams, and Saturday at 8 in the morning would be the time for her graduation thesis defense. On Friday night, Ishihara Taro sat in the study of his apartment in the third ring road of the imperial capital and conducted his last calculations. 4 large screens were lined up in front of him, and they were filled with densely packed formulas and numbers. Ishihara Wakashi walked in slowly and stood in front of his desk with the support of his walking stick. He asked him with a serious expression. "Is everything ready?" Ishihara Taro didn't even look up from the computer and only replied, "Hey, grandfather, please take a seat. I'll talk to you after I'm done with the last part of the calculations. You do what you need to do. Don't mind me." Ishihara Wakashi raised his hand. He didn't sit down but stood in front of a family photo in Ishihara Taro's study, lost in thought. There were 5 people in the photo. Ishihara Wakashi, Ishihara Wakashi's wife, and their son, Ishihara Baisan. Their daughter-in-law was also holding a small baby in her arms. It was Ishihara Taro. It was originally a harmonious family of 5, but now only the grandfather and grandson remained. Ishihara Wakashi looked at the photo and said in a low voice, "Taro, you must avenge your father. The entire Gu family deserves to die." "Hey!" Ishihara Taro thought of his father, who had committed seppuku, and his heart tightened. The mouse in his hand was almost imprinted with 5 fingerprints. "Although your father can't compare to Gu Xiangwen, it doesn't matter. Gu Xiangwen has only lived for more than 10 years. Ishihara Wakashi laughed coldly. "And his daughter. In short, no one from the Gu family can be left alive." "Hey!" Ishihara Taro finally finished his last calculation. Ishihara Taro heaved a sigh of relief as he looked at the combination of the best route and random events that appeared on the screen. An arrogant smile appeared on his handsome face. "Grandfather, I can guarantee that Gu Nianji will die a horrible death in front of us this time." Ishihara Taro clicked the mouse and closed the program and computer before raising his head. Ishihara Wakashi suddenly turned around, a fanatical expression on his face. "Can you guarantee it?" "Absolutely." Ishihara Taro clapped his hands and stood up. "Grandfather, I won't let Gu Nianji have the chance to do her graduation thesis defense either. She'll never get her master's degree. Never." He wanted to surpass Gu Nianji in all aspects, including but not limited to education, grades, degrees, and prestigious schools. Ishihara Wakashi nodded vigorously. Good. But remember to keep your hands clean. Don't attract the attention of the Xia Empire's Special Operations Forces. Although Gu Nianji broke up with Hu Xiaoheng, they will still protect her within the Xia Empire. Have you considered this? Of course. Ishihara Taro nodded. The elites of the Tokyo Secret Service gave us a lot of information. Hu Xiaoheng does have people protecting Gu Nianji in secret, but so what? He spread his hands. Won't I still watch her die? Ishihara Wakashi seemed to see Gu Nianji die a horrible death in front of him. He couldn't help licking his cracked lips and said regretfully, "Unfortunately, I can't see it with my own eyes. I'll take a video. Grandfather can enjoy it when the time comes." Ishihara Taro smiled and snapped his fingers. He looked very satisfied. Ishihara Wakashi laughed loudly. Then remember to finish it quickly. I'll wait for you at the airport. Come meet me at the airport after you're done taking the video. After they killed Gu Nianji, they had to leave the Xia Empire immediately. No one knew how the other party would take revenge on them, so it was better to be careful. Although Ishihara Taro was sure that the other party couldn't produce legal evidence to sue him, what if the other party didn't play by the rules and didn't use legal means? If he really angered Hu Xiaoheng in their territory, they could kill him as easily as crushing an ant. He wasn't worried at all that the other party would use non-legal means to deal with him when he killed those people before. But if he killed Gu Nianji, the situation would be different. Ishihara Taro instinctively felt that this was the last job he would do in the Xia Empire. Otherwise, he would probably lose his life there. The weather was not good on Saturday morning. The clouds were dark and thick, and it looked like it was going to snow. But it couldn't fall. The layers of dark clouds seemed to be hanging over people's heads. Gu Nianji woke up at 5 to prepare for her thesis defense at 8 in the morning. She knew that there would be a tough battle to fight today. After washing up and eating breakfast as usual, Gu Nianji sat in front of the dressing table and carefully tied her seaweed-like hair into a bun. Then, she put on sunglasses, a scarf, and a mask. She tied thick pads on her knees and wrists. She carried her school bag and left the Hipingli apartment in full gear. When the elevator went down to the basement parking lot, a few men looked at her and whistled. Gu Nianji pretended not to hear them and walked to her bright red sports car as if no one was around. She opened the door and got in. The car lights flashed twice in the dark garage. The two men in front of her instinctively raised their arms to shield their eyes. Gu Nianji curled her lips slightly and slammed on the accelerator. The custom-made Ferrari sports car with excellent performance flew forward like lightning. In the underground garage, he followed the winding path to the surface. Gu Nianji squinted her eyes. Her eyes behind the sunglasses were full of excitement. Both her hands were on the steering wheel, and she was almost trembling. She drove the car out of the Hipingli apartment complex and came to the small road in front of the entrance. Ishihara Taro, who had been waiting there for a long time, was sitting in a black Mercedes-Benz on the side of the road. Through the dark-tinted windows, Ishihara Taro could only feel the red sports car whizzing past him like the wind. He looked at the direction in which the sports car had disappeared and nodded. He lowered his voice and said, "Follow it. This is the second monthly vote of 1,500 plus chapters delivered. It's a new month. I'm looking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The third chapter at 7 p.m. P.S. Congratulations to _Sing for becoming the 21st leader of Hello Major General. Of course, there will be more chapters to celebrate. Don't worry, leader. I've written it all down in my notebook. The notebook is getting thicker and thicker." Chapter 947. Gu Nianji's custom-made red Ferrari was like a beautiful scenery in the dark winter morning. It was still early, and the capital was still in a deep sleep. There weren't many cars or pedestrians on the streets. There were only a few breakfast shops that had just opened for business. Gu Nianji drove her sports car past the restaurant that she was familiar with. As usual, she stopped to buy breakfast and quickly ate in the car. Ishihara Taro didn't follow behind Gu Nianji's car. Instead, he quickly took a shortcut and drove directly to the entrance of the highway. Near the junction at the entrance of the highway was a small long-distance truck parking lot. It was a place where cheap hotels and fast food restaurants gathered. It was specially made for long-distance truck drivers to rest and eat. After they ate and drank their fill, they would drive their 18-wheeler trucks and line up to enter the highway from there. Because most of them were long-distance drivers, almost all of the drivers here were exhausted. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they could only rely on cigarettes, strong tea, or black coffee, as well as some drinks that contained illegal drugs to keep them awake. Ishihara Taro's Mercedes-Benz drove in and asked the driver to buy him some fast food while he walked around the area. It wasn't the first time he had been here. It was just that he drove a different car every time, dressed differently, and even wore sunglasses. Therefore, no one could recognize that he was the same person. The driver returned with breakfast, and Ishihara Taro followed him into the car. He casually looked at the bag of breakfast and threw it aside. He wouldn't eat anything here. Let's go. Get on the highway, Ishihara Taro instructed quietly. The driver stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the service area. They happened to pass by the area where long-distance trucks were parked for repairs. Not far away, an 18-wheeler truck seemed to have a problem with its wheel, and the driver was using a jack to change the wheel. In such a place where long-distance trucks gathered, changing the wheel was a very common sight. A middle-aged woman working in the parking area hurried over with a bucket of water. Ishihara Taro looked at his watch and silently said, "Time's up." He stretched his pale and slender wrist out of the Mercedes-Benz and flicked out a shiny gold coin. The middle-aged woman carrying the bucket only saw a flash of gold light before her eyes. She instinctively took a step back and swung the bucket in front of her. The water in the bucket suddenly poured down, drenching the driver who was changing a tire not far from her. No one would be magnanimous enough to remain indifferent after being doused with a bucket of cold water in winter. The driver's hand slipped, the wrench came loose, and the tire was not fastened so tightly. But he didn't notice it at all. Instead, he raised his arm to wipe the water off his head, turned around and scolded the auntie fiercely, "F***ck your mother. Hurry up and reincarnate. Why the hell are you spraying water so early in the morning? Your man didn't feed you enough last night. You came here to show off." When a long-distance truck driver started scolding someone, it wasn't something an ordinary person could stand. The driver, on the other hand, seemed to have taken the wrong medicine. He was very excited and his eyes were red like a rabbit's. The auntie was so angry that she jumped up and down. She pointed at the driver and cursed. The workers in the maintenance area saw that something was wrong and quickly ran over to maintain order. They tried their best to persuade the driver and the auntie to leave. The driver threw down the wrench, took the jack back and threw it into the car. He wiped his face with a towel and gave the woman the middle finger. Then, he got out of the car and slammed the door shut while swearing. He took off his soaked jacket and wrapped it in a coat from the glove compartment in the car. Then he took out a can of banned drugs and drank it all in one gulp. He suddenly felt energized. He slammed on the accelerator, and the 18-wheeler let out a low roar as it rushed out of the long-distance truck resting area and drove towards the fork at the entrance of the highway. He didn't expect that the tire he had just been changing wouldn't be tightened because of the interruption. At that moment, a bright red luxurious sports car sped past his eyes. The driver got excited as soon as he saw the bright red car. He involuntarily stepped on the accelerator and followed it. The black Mercedes-Benz behind the 18-wheeler slowly followed and entered the fork at the entrance of the highway. The bright red luxury sports car in front was naturally Gu Nianji's car. As usual, she had eaten breakfast by the roadside before coming over. As soon as she got on the highway, she saw an 18-wheeler driving not far behind her. There was also a black Mercedes-Benz following behind the oil truck. Gu Nianji smiled and looked at her watch. It was already 6:30 in the morning. She opened the navigation map in the car and looked at the traffic situation in the imperial capital. She had put in a lot of effort in the battle with Ishihara Taro. From the moment she saw the 18-wheeler, Gu Nianji knew that Ishihara Taro had already started the countdown. Then, it was also time for her countdown. Gu Nianji didn't have the habit of littering. She put on her Bluetooth headset and made a call. Hello. Is this the main lava volcano cake shop in the Dongqing district? I ordered 11 lava volcano cupcakes with raspberry and vanilla ice cream from you yesterday. Can you send them to Professor Hijichu's place immediately? His number is... Gu Nianji finished quickly and reminded again, it must be delivered at 7:30. It's best if it's not too early or too late. The set meal of 11 lava volcano cakes with raspberry and vanilla ice cream cost a few hundred yuan each. She had indeed spent a lot of money on 11. But although it was expensive, it was worth it. Gu Nianji held the steering wheel and only got on the highway after receiving confirmation from the other party. At 6:30 in the morning, there weren't many cars on the highway. As usual, there were only long-distance trucks at this time. There were a few private cars, but they drove very slowly and didn't compete with the trucks. Gu Nianji had to go for her thesis defense, so she had to hurry. Therefore, she didn't give way. Instead, she drove faster than the trucks and oil trucks. Ishihara Taro saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but smile. Everything was exactly as he had predicted. In the Dongqing district, the lava volcano cake shop sent a tricycle to the highway to deliver 11 cake sets to the university. Normally, no one would order cake delivery so early at this time. Therefore, when the tricycle suddenly rushed out from the corner, the driver of Ishihara Wakashi's white BMW quickly braked and brushed past the tricycle. He even suspected that his car had been damaged by the tricycle. In a panic, he stepped on the accelerator and chased after it. He shouted at the tricycle driver, "Do you have eyes? Can you afford to compensate me if I damage it?" The delivery boy on the tricycle knew that he did not manage to get a ride on the BMW and was scolded for no reason. He was angry, so he got on the tricycle and stood on the main road. He started to ride slowly, forcing Ishihara Wakashi's BMW to slow down. "I think this brat wants to die." Ishihara Wakashi's driver was also Japanese, but he had lived in the Xia Empire for many years. He spoke Mandarin fluently and even had a dialect accent. "Who asked you to be so cocky?" He couldn't wait to step on the accelerator and crush the tricycle under the car. Ishihara Wakashi suppressed his anger and ordered, "Don't be angry with this kind of person. Hurry up and get on the highway to the airport." Originally, they didn't need to go on the highway, but because they were delayed by the tricycle, the driver drove on the nearest highway in a hurry. This ring highway happened to be the highway that Gu Nianji and Ishihara Taro were on. Gu Nianji's timing was perfect. She even took into account the delay caused by the argument between the two parties. Ishihara Wakashi's BMW had just entered the ring highway when Gu Nianji encountered a problem. The 18-wheeler truck not far behind her suddenly started swaying. It drove around on the highway like it had lost control. One moment it was on the white line, the next moment it was on the fast lane. After a while, it made a 180-degree turn and almost crossed the highway, blocking the entire highway. Gu Nianji saw that the traffic behind her had almost stopped because of the 18-wheeler truck. She loosened her foot slightly and stopped stepping on the accelerator. At that moment, the 18-wheeler truck finally turned around and didn't cross the line again. However, there was something wrong with the wheels again. As it drove, one of the wheels flew out from under the car and hit the roof of Gu Nianji's bright red sports car. Hu Xiaoheng was in his office, nervously watching the surveillance video with Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang. Ever since Gu Nianji got in the car and left the Hepingli precinct that morning, they had been paying attention to her movements. When they saw an 18-wheeler truck suddenly deviate from the normal lane on the long highway and begin to move in a disorderly Brownian motion, the three of them suddenly stood up. What is Nianji doing? Make a call. Hurry up and make a call. Yin Shixiang was the first to shout. Zhao Liangze looked anxious. He picked up his phone and was about to dial. Stop. Hu Xiaoheng stopped them. What time is this? Why are you calling? Have you thought about the consequences of being distracted by Nianji? But Nianji. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze spoke in unison and pointed at the surveillance video on the big screen. This doesn't look good. Hu Xiaoheng folded his hands behind his back and sighed quietly. He said slowly, wait a little longer. We have people following her. This time, Hu Xiaoheng had mobilized his most elite forces to follow her. They weren't field agents disguised as passers-by. If something went wrong, these people would definitely protect Gu Nianji and allow her to escape unscathed. Judging from the current situation on the highway, he was doing the right thing. Hu Xiaoheng raised his hand. Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang sat down reluctantly. They propped their chins on their hands and leaned forward to stare at the big screen nervously. It was as if they were watching a blockbuster, admiring Gu Nianji's speed of life and death. Gu Nianji gripped the steering wheel tightly. Her sweaty palms soaked her gloves. The 18-wheeler truck finally had an accident. It wasn't a normal accident. It had fallen into a death trap. But she wasn't afraid. She didn't flinch. She sat up straight and continued to maneuver through the gap. The excellent performance of the big red Ferrari was on full display at this moment. She slammed on the accelerator, and the sports car let out a low growl. It sped forward and avoided the oil truck that was hot on her tail. Actually, the oil truck wasn't following her on purpose. It was because her sports car was red. The driver knew that there was a problem with the oil truck. He was extremely tired and nervous. He had also drunk a drink that contained illegal drugs. His mind was blank now. He could only subconsciously follow the red target. He was like a bull in a bullring. He could only recognize the color red. Ishihara Taro had obviously taken this into consideration. He had arranged this death trap based on Gu Nianji's car. Gu Nianji understood this. She sneered and turned the steering wheel to the side. The big red sports car easily changed lanes. The 18-wheeler truck was missing a wheel. It was long and big. It wasn't easy to change lanes. But the terrifying instinct of an animal made the oil truck driver keep staring at Gu Nianji's sports car. He forced himself to change lanes with her. Gu Nianji was driving more and more smoothly. She kept moving forward, braking, going around in circles, and moving forward. It seemed like a long time had passed, but only less than 10 minutes had passed. The oil truck behind seemed to be unable to hold on. The driver frantically wanted to brake, but how could a car without a wheel stop so easily? Moreover, at this time, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Although the snow on the ground was quickly crushed by the wheels of the carriage, it gradually accumulated into mud and thin ice on the ground. It was even more difficult to brake. Gu Nianji continued to drive forward. Her eyes kept glancing to the other side. When she saw the white BMW finally drive over, Gu Nianji quietly let go of the brake and slammed on the accelerator. This highway was two-way. there was a thin strip of land in the middle. On the other side of the strip of land was the highway to the east of the city. B University was in the west. Their highway was heading to the west of the city. Gu Nianji kept calculating the time in her mind. She stepped on the brakes as well. Her car was getting slower and slower. The big red sports car was getting closer and closer to the oil truck behind. The three people watching the surveillance video on the big screen at the Special Operations Forces headquarters stood up nervously again. This time, even Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but pick up his phone to give orders to his elite team members. At that moment, it was like a dream. They saw the big red Ferrari on the big screen suddenly accelerate just as it was about to be rear-ended by the oil truck behind. With a whoosh, it was so fast that it only left an afterimage on their retinas. In the nick of time, they only saw the 18-wheeler oil truck finally slam on the brakes. The whole car once again floated on the highway. With a whoosh, it slammed into the strip of land. The oil tanker without a wheel roared as it rushed up the narrow median, cutting the two-way highway in half. At the same time, a black Mercedes-Benz that had been following the oil truck on this side of the highway and a white BMW speeding over on the other side of the highway crashed into the back of the 18-wheeler oil truck, one in front and one behind, one on the left and one on the right. There was a loud bang. Black smoke rose from the oil truck. Soon, a raging fire lit up the entire sky. The rear compartment of the oil tanker exploded one after another. The driver scrambled out from the front of the car, only to see that the two luxury cars that had crashed into the rear compartment of the oil tanker had been instantly burned to the ground by the fire. This is the third chapter, 4,200 words, including the monthly votes of 1,800 plus chapters. It's a new month, so I'm asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. It's better to have a big chapter for this plot, so I happen to have monthly votes to add chapters. I'll add them in advance. Chapter 948. The huge 18-wheeler truck was filled with crude oil. Once it was ignited, flames shot up into the sky and black smoke filled the air. The entire two-way highway was instantly in chaos. Hu Xiaoheng put on his Bluetooth headset and connected to the elite team of the Special Operations Forces on the highway. He asked in a low voice, "Protect the scene." Who were in the black and white cars? Were there any other casualties? The team leader was in a private car on the road. There were also a few people in large trucks following behind the car that caused the accident. Today's accident was also very sudden. They didn't expect the other party to be so powerful that they could actually use the oil truck as a weapon. Hu Xiao, according to the license plates, the black Mercedes-Benz and white BMW both belonged to the Ishihara Corporation. The team leader quickly found out the owners of the cars. The people in the two cars are all dead. The fire in the oil truck was too fierce. In less than 5 seconds, only the frames of the two cars were left. Other than that, there were no other casualties. The traffic on the highway has already stopped. The traffic police should be here soon. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and looked up at the big screen. The traffic police, fire trucks, and ambulances were quickly rushing towards the billowing smoke and raging fire. Leave one of you to secretly observe the scene. The rest of you follow Miss Gu. Hu Xiaoheng paused. What about Miss Gu? His original arrangement was to keep an eye on Gu Nianji from all angles. But now, Gu Nianji had already disappeared from his big screen for a minute. The team leader immediately said, "We have people following Miss Gu, but the scene is too chaotic at the moment. The surveillance may not be connected yet." Hu Xiaoheng didn't make a sound. He stared coldly at the big screen. Although he didn't say anything, his imposing aura seemed to be able to be transmitted from the phone to the other end. The elite team leader on the other end of the phone suddenly felt a bit creeped out. He quickly contacted his team members. Soon, the surveillance on the other end was connected. The shadow of a bright red Ferrari gradually appeared on the big screen in Hua Xiaoheng's office. It was especially eye-catching on the foggy and smoke-filled highway. Gu Nianji saw the earth-shattering accident from the rearview mirror. The traffic was already chaotic. There weren't many cars in front of her, and the cars behind were completely blocked by the 18-wheeler oil truck on the two-way highway. Raging flames danced in the air, and snowflakes fell from the sky. Gu Nianji parked the car on the highway's emergency lane and opened the door to get out. The sapphire blue Moncler short-down jacket was very handsome, and the blue straight-leg jeans accentuated a pair of straight legs. The spotless white sneakers on his feet formed a strong contrast with the gloomy atmosphere on the highway. She leaned against the door of the bright red Ferrari sports car. She was so beautiful that it could move one's soul. Gu Nianji wore sunglasses. Her skin was snow white, and her face was expressionless as she looked back at the raging fire. This fire actually looked somewhat familiar. When she was 12 years old, she suddenly appeared in the downtown area of Sea City. Didn't her car also burn like this? That car accident had left a serious psychological shadow on her young mind, and she had even lost her memory to this day. But now, these things no longer had any influence on her. Hua Xiaoheng was right. The way to conquer fear was not to run away, but to face it. Only when you can look directly at the painful past can you truly put the past behind you. At that moment, Gu Nianji only felt that her heart was at ease. It was a kind of self-confidence that had been tested by practice. Relying on herself, she would not lose to anyone. The family background and status that those people valued were nothing in the face of her powerful ability. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze was fixed on Gu Nianji leaning against the door of the bright red Ferrari on the big screen. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi cheered when they saw Gu Nianji appear on the big screen. After the cheering, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi became worried. Hua Xiao. Nianji is traumatized by the car accident. Should we? Before they could finish, they felt a sudden gust of wind blow past them. The office door banged loudly, and Hua Xiaoheng's figure had already disappeared. So fast. How dare you say you're not worried? Yin Shixiang laughed strangely and also picked up the car keys. He patted Zhao Liangzi's shoulder. Little Zhe, stay here and wait for orders. I'm going to Nianji's school to check on her. Zhao Liangzi howled. Why do I have to stay here and wait for orders? I'm going to Nianji's school to see her. You stay here. I've been suspended for a month. Yin Shixiang made a serious expression. I can't do any work. Pfft. Who was so happy to dispatch people just now? Zhao Liangzi kicked him. Remember to bring your phone. I want to see how Nianji is doing. Got it. Yin Shixiang rushed out of Hua Xiaoheng's office door with a smile and chased after him. But Hua Xiaoheng was much faster than him. By the time Yin Shixiang got into his car, Hua Xiaoheng's car was already on the highway. The Special Operations Forces headquarters was on the 3rd Ring Road. Gu Nianji and the others were on the two-way highway on the 4th Ring Road. But it only took Hua Xiaoheng 15 minutes to get to the highway where Gu Nianji was. The entrance and exit of the highway were all blocked. Hua Xiaoheng had no choice but to show his special identification to be allowed in. He drove his silver Bentley SUV and sped all the way until he finally saw Gu Nianji's bright red Ferrari. Gu Nianji stood in front of the car for a while and even took out her phone to record a video. The highway was currently closed. She couldn't get off the highway until the accident scene was cleaned up. But it was still early, and there weren't many cars on the highway. It wasn't crowded. Gu Nianji stared at her phone screen and suddenly saw a familiar silver-gray Bentley SUV appear in her camera range. Ha! This car was almost exactly the same as Hua Xiao's car. Ha! Even the license plate was the same. Gu Nianji didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to drive over personally at this time. When the silver Bentley SUV also stopped on the highway emergency lane, not far behind her, Gu Nianji suddenly understood. She put away her phone helplessly and turned to get into the car. Hua Xiaoheng had already gotten out of the car. Gu Nianji. A stern voice came from behind Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji's back stiffened. She gripped the car door and didn't know whether to go in or out. Anyway, there was no way to avoid it. She was the final winner, so what was there to be afraid of? Gu Nianji steeled her heart and quickly turned around. Hua Xiaoheng might have come in a hurry, but he was still wearing a dark green tweed military uniform. The belt around his waist tightened his muscular waist, and his long legs were covered with long military boots. The expression on his face was one of rare coldness and seriousness. He adjusted his gloves and walked forward unhurriedly to stand in front of Gu Nianji. "Miss Gu, you have indeed impressed me." He turned around and pointed at the scene of the car accident, which was still billowing with smoke and fire. His voice was low and hoarse, but it carried an invisible pressure. "But do you know that this is very dangerous? Not only are you putting yourself in danger, but you might also drag innocent people into it." "I won't drag innocent people into it." Gu Nianji clenched her fists. She couldn't stand such accusations. "I've calculated it all." "You've calculated it all." Hua Xiaoheng took advantage of her words and took another step forward, forcing her into the corner of the Ferrari sports car door. "How did you calculate it all? Don't tell me you've even included that white BMW in your calculations." "Ishihara Taro is in the black Mercedes, but what about the white BMW? Ishihara Wakashi is in that car." Gu Nianji shouted without a care and glared at Hua Xiaoheng. Her face was as gorgeous as the burning fire. "I said I won't let innocent people get hurt. But I won't let go of someone who has ulterior motives toward me. You said before that the Ishihara family has a feud with me for killing my father. They won't let me go. If that's the case, then don't let them go. I won't let them go either." Gu Nianji's forced calmness finally broke down, and she screamed hysterically. Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her, and his heart finally softened. He extended his arms and pulled her into his embrace. His large hands roamed around her back, and his deep voice had a hint of gentleness to soothe her nervousness. "It's okay, it's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm not blaming you." Gu Nianji calmed down and gently pushed Hua Xiaoheng away. She whispered, "We're outside. It's not good for people to see you like this." He was still wearing his military uniform. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head and didn't continue. He picked up the previous topic and asked seriously, "The white BMW is Ishihara Wakashi. How did you know?" He didn't even know this information. "Was it also calculated by your chaos algorithm?" If it was true, then this algorithm was really out of this world. A wave of worry rose in Hua Xiaoheng's heart. Gu Nianji tilted her head and snickered. "How is that possible? Then I'm not a human. I'm a god." "Then how did you know?" Hua Xiaoheng sighed softly and relaxed. Gu Nianji was a little embarrassed as she put her hands into the pockets of her short down jacket. She lowered her head and rubbed against the pebbles on the emergency pavement on the highway. She whispered, "Ishihara Taro has the Ishihara Corporation as his support. He spent a lot of manpower and resources to follow me and investigate the situation around me. That's because only by continuously enriching his database can he make accurate calculations. I can't. Firstly, I don't have the time. Secondly, I don't have the manpower." Because she couldn't let anyone know what she wanted to do, she didn't ask Hua Xiaoheng for help or complain to He Zhiqiu. Hua Xiaoheng snorted. "You don't have the manpower. Do you think I'm dead?" Gu Nianji looked away. "I said that I have to rely on myself, so I have to rely on myself." Relying on Huashao isn't relying on myself. Then how did you do it? I didn't follow Ishihara Taro. Instead, I started from the results and deduced his behavior patterns. Speak human language. Hua Xiaoheng looked at her coldly. Don't use your professional jargon with me. Fine. Gu Nianji spread her hands and giggled. Speak human language. I hacked into the Ishihara Corporation's computer and discovered that they were planning to retreat from our country to Japan. Moreover, their big secretary has booked 2 first-class tickets for ANA at 9 o'clock this morning. Ishihara Taro was too vigilant. The computer he used for calculations was not connected to the internet, so Gu Nianji couldn't hack into his computer directly. And Ishihara Taro's phone was blank. In the end, Gu Nianji had no choice but to hack into the Ishihara Corporation's official website and enter their back-end program. She knew very well that if Ishihara Taro's ultimate goal was to kill her, then the first thing he would do after they succeeded would be to escape the Huaxia Empire in time and return to Japan. Then I went to ANA's ticket booking website and, as expected, found Ishihara Wakashi and Ishihara Taro's names. Only then did I know that Ishihara Wakashi was going to leave as well. When she confirmed that Ishihara Wakashi was also in the capital and would leave at the same time as Ishihara Taro, her plan changed at the last minute and she added an additional variable. Because she had a target in mind and knew that some situations would definitely occur, the calculations she had to make were actually much less than Ishihara Taro's, but also much more accurate. Then you used Ishihara Taro's plan to lure them in. Hua Xiaoheng crossed his arms, still disapproving. What if the oil truck didn't go wrong as you planned? You took too much of a risk. That's not for me to decide. Gu Nianji shrugged and pointed at the scene of the car accident. If Ishihara Taro hadn't made such a crazy plan to deal with me, believe me, he definitely wouldn't have died today. I never wanted to kill anyone unless they wanted to kill me and I was defending myself. And today's big scene is the funeral they prepared for themselves. How is it? It's spectacular, isn't it? This is the first 3,700-word update. It's a new month, so I'm asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are only 2 updates today, and 3 updates tomorrow. The second update will be at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Sing_Sing and at Heaven's Beggar for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Chapter 949. Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji looked at the burning tanker together. Professional firefighters had already started extinguishing the fire, and the driver of the tanker was taken to the side of the road for questioning. He was completely shocked and no longer had the vigor he had when arguing with the auntie that morning. He wiped his tears and said, "Mr. Police, I really don't know what happened. I was driving just fine, and suddenly there was a problem. I took a look just now, and it seemed to be missing a wheel. The ground was slippery, so I really had no choice." Several traffic police stood to the side and recorded the cause of the accident. The 2 cars that had been burned to the ground became the focus of the inspection. Gu Nianji looked at her watch. It's already 7:30. I have my thesis at 8. Hua Xiaoheng turned on his Bluetooth headset and said a few words to his people before saying to Gu Nianji, "Let's go, I'll take you down." He walked back to his car and started the engine to lead the way. Gu Nianji then got into her own car and followed behind Hua Xiaoheng's car as they drove down the highway. Hua Xiaoheng had a special ID, so he had no obstructions along the way. He quickly got off the highway and drove to the entrance of B University. On the way, he received several calls regarding the investigation results of the Ishihara Corporation. Later, he received a call from Yin Shixiang saying that he was already at Gu Nianji's dorm and asked when Hua Xiao would be coming over. Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to see Yin Shixiang's face. He had been single for so many years, and now that he suddenly had a girlfriend, he felt like he had lost weight. Hu Xiaoheng stopped at the entrance of B University and didn't follow them in. He called Gu Nianji. Do your thesis well, and call me when you're done. Gu Nianji stopped the car and asked. Hu Xiao, do you need something? Hu Xiaoheng nodded. The results of the investigation are out. I'll go back to take a look. Gu Nianji agreed and anxiously drove in alone. He Zichu had been waiting in the small conference room for the thesis for almost half an hour. The lava volcano cake set that Gu Nianji had ordered was on the table, but she hadn't arrived yet. The thesis would be in half an hour, so He Zichu couldn't help but call Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji's car had just arrived at her dorm. She picked up He Zichu's call and smiled. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. I just arrived at the dormitory. Wait for me to pack my things. He Zichu was finally relieved. He turned on the wall TV in the small conference room as a backdrop. This was the time of the morning news, and all the channels on the TV were broadcasting the same breaking news. At around 7 o'clock this morning, there was a car accident on the 4th Ring Expressway. The fuel tanker was hit by 2 cars on the expressway from the east and west respectively and caught on fire. Apart from the fact that all the people in the vehicle were killed on the spot, there were no other casualties. The cause of the accident is still under investigation. The insurance company and the police have arrived at the scene to deal with the matter. He Zichu sat behind the long conference table in the small conference room and casually glanced at the TV. Black smoke covered half of the sky from the burning oil tanker. In such a scene, a bright red Ferrari sports car stood out. He Zichu was just about to look away when he saw the familiar Ferrari sports car. The corners of his eyes twitched. This wasn't Gu Nianji's car. The camera flickered, and he seemed to see the slim and graceful figure standing in front of the bright red Ferrari sports car. It seemed to be Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji returned to her dorm. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Yin Shixiang pointing his phone at her and shouting, "Little Zay. Did you see that?" Nianji just opened the door and came in. Ma Qiqi also rushed over and grabbed Gu Nianji's hand. "Nianji, are you okay? What Big Xiong said just now scared me. I always said he was exaggerating." "I'm fine. Brother Xiong just likes to exaggerate." Gu Nianji shielded her face with her hand and smiled. "Brother Xiong, what are you doing?" "I'm broadcasting live." Yin Shixiang looked up at her with a smile and said to the phone, "Little Zay, do you want to talk to Nianji?" Gu Nianji walked over and looked in front of him. "Brother Zay." Gu Nianji waved at the phone in surprise. "Long time no see." Zhao Liangse carefully looked at Gu Nianji and saw that she was wearing a short sapphire blue down jacket. It wasn't bloated like a down jacket and looked very handsome. "Nianji, are you okay?" Zhao Liangse greeted her. "We all saw the car accident this morning. The 3 of us were so scared we almost jumped out." Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. "I'm fine. Sorry to make you guys worry." Yin Shixiang ran to the door and poked his head out to look. "Oh. Nianji, where's Hu Xiao?" Gu Nianji shook her head. "He left." "Do you have any misunderstandings about Hu Xiao being a workaholic?" "Oh. He went back." Yin Shixiang scratched his head and awkwardly tried to save Hu Xiaoheng. "It's almost the end of the year. He's really busy." Ma Qiqi tugged at Yin Shixiang to stop him from talking. Gu Nianji smiled and went into her room to change out of her jeans and into a light gray wool suit. She came out and said, "I'm going to my thesis defense. It's starting in 10 minutes. What about you guys?" Yin Shixiang immediately said, "You go defend. I don't understand your thesis anyway. I'll wait for you here." He even winked at her as he spoke. Gu Nianji knew he wanted to spend more time with Ma Qiqi. She smiled and nodded. She put her hand on Ma Chi-Chi's shoulder. Chi-Chi, you have to treat Brother Xiong well for me. I'll be going now. Ma Chi-Chi quickly said, Nianji, I want to go with you. I want to hear your thesis defense. No need. I'll be so nervous if you go. Gu Nianji smiled as she pushed her back. She grabbed her laptop bag and left the dorm alone to rush to the small conference room where the thesis defense would be held. She received a call from He Ji-chu on the way. Gu Nianji smiled. Professor He, I'm already here. I'm on my way. I'll be there in a minute. He Ji-chu suppressed his anger. Nianji, did you get into a car accident this morning? Gu Nianji was speechless. No. Why do you ask? Gu Nianji decided to play dumb with He Ji-chu. He might not know what Hu Xiaoheng knew anyway. I watched TV. He Ji-chu enunciated each word carefully. Are you okay? Did you get a fright? Gu Nianji's lips twitched in amusement. Professor He, I'm fine. I was driving over, but the driver of the fuel truck was probably tired. One of his wheels flew off and hit my car. He Ji-chu frowned nervously. Are you really okay? If you're not feeling well, we can reschedule the thesis defense. I'm fine. My driving skills are top-notch. I'm comparable to a Formula F4 driver. Even if I don't say I'm good at it, I'm good at it. Gu Nianji spoke enthusiastically. She didn't show any signs of stress trauma. She didn't seem to be traumatized at all. He Ji-chu was relieved to see that she was fine. He didn't want to hear her brag, so he hung up. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off her forehead. She had managed to fool He Ji-chu. But how could she have known that the two sedan cars that crashed into the oil tanker on the TV belonged to Japan's Ishihara Corporation? He Ji-chu was no stranger to the Ishihara Corporation. Ishihara Taro, who had just transferred from Japan, was the heir to the corporation. He thought about it and temporarily turned off the TV to avoid affecting Gu Nianji's thesis defense. The professors who were preparing for the thesis defense walked in one after another. They were all chatting about the car accident on the highway that day. A professor said, I just came from the faculty. They just received a call from the police asking if Ishihara Taro was a student from our faculty. Turns out he was one of the victims in the car accident. Ishihara Taro. He Ji-chu remembered that the TV said that the two cars belonged to the Ishihara Corporation, so he didn't find it strange anymore. Yeah, tisk tsk. What a pity. The Ishihara family has only had one son for 3 generations. He'll be the last. So be it. A female professor snickered. Serves him right. The Ishihara family isn't some prestigious family. Don't think we'll forget their war crimes just because they invested some money in our country. Let's not talk about it anymore. The male professor who expressed his pity had studied in Japan before. He didn't want to hear such words and began to smooth things over. He Ji-chu pretended not to hear the two of them arguing. He only said, classmate Gu will be here soon. This is the volcano cake combo that she prepared for everyone. Please help yourselves. As he spoke, Gu Nianji pushed the door open and came in. She bowed to all the professors. Hello, everyone. I'm Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji's thesis defense was proceeding nervously. Hu Xiaoheng was also in a meeting. Once Ishihara Taro and Ishihara Wakashi were dead, Hu Xiaoheng predicted that the Ishihara Corporation would be in chaos once the news reached Japan. He was listening to the reports from the field personnel. Hu Xiao, we finally found out that the Ishihara Corporation and the Angel in the World Foundation are indeed in contact. This is the second update. It's a new month. I'm begging for monthly votes and recommendation votes. There are only 2 updates today and 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 950. Do you have concrete evidence? Hu Xiaoheng sat behind his desk and checked the emails from the other party on his computer while communicating with them in real time. We're still looking for direct evidence, but the American lawyer recently revealed during the lawsuit that the Angel and the World Fund had supported a research project at the Tokyo Imperial College of Medicine in Japan 2 years ago. That project was led by Professor Oda Masao, but then Professor Oda Masao suddenly passed away, and the project was stopped. Hu Xiaoheng paused, his eyes narrowing. Oda Masao. He was practically their old friend. Yes, it's this professor's project. We discovered that the Ishihara Corporation commissioned him to do the research. Entrustment. It's probably a collaborative research project. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. The Ishihara Corporation is not a simple business organization. I suspect that they are still doing what they used to do. Hu Xiao means. The Japanese field agent on the other side listened very carefully for fear of missing important instructions. Hu Xiaoheng raised his head and looked at the monitor. He said sternly, "What did Ishihara Shiro do back then? Have you all forgotten?" Ishihara Shiro, the highest commander of Japan's infamous numerical unit, was the one who took the initiative to propose to the United States that they use the research results they obtained from human experiments on the Huaxia people to secretly exchange for the right to not be tried after the war. Ishihara Shiro happened to be the founder of the Ishihara Corporation, Ishihara Wakashi's father, and Ishihara Taro's great-grandfather. Yes, Hu Xiao. We will follow up on this lead. Hu Xiaoheng thought about it and instructed them, the Ishihara Corporation will probably be in chaos soon. Remember to make the situation as chaotic as possible. This way, he could find out more secrets. The Japanese field personnel were very surprised. Chaos? Really? This corporation is very secretive, so our progress in finding information is very slow. If I can create chaos, then the heavens are really helping me. Hu Xiaoheng smirked and grunted, yes. You guys get ready. Not only will you set the pace, but we will also set the pace on your home ground. Giving others a taste of their own medicine was the wisdom of the Chinese ancestors. 2 hours passed, and Gu Nianji's defense was nearing its end. The topic of her thesis was about the scope of application of inheritance law. He Zhichu had also helped her choose this topic to lighten her learning load. Gu Nianji had already looked up a lot of relevant legal knowledge and case histories because she was competing with Gu Yanran for the Gu inheritance. It was indeed a piece of cake to use the materials and cases that she had used in her lawsuit to write this master's thesis. Therefore, Gu Nianji was very well prepared. She wasn't like the graduation thesis of a typical master's student, who was still an armchair strategist in the academic field. Gu Nianji, on the other hand, had already used this set of theories to guide practice and had competed with others in court. Therefore, her graduation defense went very smoothly. The professor who listened to her defense praised her greatly. He even said that her method was ingenious and her thinking was flexible. He said that she could be used as a model for the graduation thesis of B University's Master of Law students in the future. Gu Nianji was very excited, but she still controlled her emotions and very politely thanked the professors for their high praise. After the defense, the professors stood up and shook hands with her one by one before leaving the small conference room. Only He Zhichu and Gu Nianji remained. He Zhichu wore a gray suit and walked elegantly to Gu Nianji's side. He bowed. Nianji, congratulations. You've finally graduated. Gu Nianji sat in her seat with a dreamy expression on her face. She said slowly, Professor He, I really can't believe that I've graduated. She didn't have such a strong feeling when she graduated. Perhaps it was because she knew at that time that she would continue her graduate studies, so she didn't have the self-awareness to graduate and leave school. But this time was different. She didn't plan to continue her PhD studies. Graduating with a master's meant that her ivory tower career was over. From now on, she would enter society and use her own skills and abilities to pursue her own world like many others. He Ji-chu couldn't help but pat her head. His cool voice had a hint of gentleness. Yes, you've graduated. Go work in the United States. Gu Nianji was his assistant and also an official employee of the largest law firm in the United States. He Ji-chu paused before saying, I'm going to the United States too. The PhD students here will graduate in 6 months. I'll resign from my position as a professor at the B University Faculty of Law. Gu Nianji's eyes widened in shock. But Professor He, they all like you very much. They like attending your classes. He Ji-chu was speechless. He didn't want the students to like him. He only wanted her to like him. I'll teach them until they graduate. He Ji-chu changed the topic without batting an eyelid. If you don't want to start working right away, you can take a break for 6 months. Gu Nianji shook her head. I want to work, but I don't want to work in the United States. Professor He, it's too early to talk about this. I haven't recovered yet. I'll think about where I want to work after the Lunar New Year. He Ji-chu didn't force her. Yes, it's fine if you don't want to go to the United States. I have a law firm here too. Come, I'll let you be a partner. Gu Nianji was speechless. If she became a partner as soon as she graduated, even if she had the ability, people would always stick the He Ji-chu label on her. Gu Nianji had struggled to break free from Hu Xiaoheng's wings. She didn't want to immediately be labeled as someone else's. Professor He, I want to make some achievements first before bringing my clients to join your law firm. What do you think? Gu Nianji replied tactfully as she stood up from her seat. He Ji-chu understood what she meant immediately. He smiled. You care about other people's opinions. I don't care about other people's opinions. I just don't want to bury my talents. Gu Nianji confidently put on her backpack and picked up her laptop bag. Professor He, can you let me try it out on my own first? It's not that I'm not letting you try it, but why do you have to take so many detours? You'll eventually become my partner anyway. Since it's a matter of time, it's better to do it sooner than later. He Ji-chu teased Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji giggled and shook her head. That's different. Let's look at it from another perspective. Detours are actually experience. If you don't take detours, you won't have experience. In this line of work, the most important thing is to be able to convince people. If people don't trust my abilities, why would they ask me to be their lawyer? Besides, it's not like I'm inferior to others. Why can't you just let me go and try it out on my own? He Ji-chu looked at her intently. His expression softened. Gu Nianji also knew that He Ji-chu was doing this for her own good. However, like Hu Xiaoheng, he always believed that she couldn't handle things on her own. Professor He, thank you for your suggestion. Your suggestion gives me more courage to go out and work. I won't be afraid of failure because I know that you won't despise me, right? Gu Nianji now knew how to express her thoughts in a roundabout way. She could also express her thoughts in a way that didn't hurt others. He Ji-chu's mood improved as expected. He picked up his briefcase and walked out of the small conference room with Gu Nianji. He said dryly, "Oh. You clearly rejected my suggestion. How did that give you more courage?" "Because I know that you'll be my strong support. That's why I have the courage to charge forward." Gu Nianji waved her arm and smiled at He Ji-chu. He Ji-chu was greatly pleased by this statement. The corners of his lips involuntarily curved into a happy smile. When he returned to his suite in the professor's building and went to the bathroom to wash his hands, he realized that he still had a faint smile on his face. No wonder his cheeks were a little sore. He Ji-chu's lips smoothed out. Coming out of the bathroom, he called Gu Nianji. Nianji, you're on vacation after exams today. Can I treat you to dinner? Gu Nianji had just arrived at the dorm and was telling Ma Qiqi and Yin Shixiang about the interesting things that happened during her thesis defense. Hearing her phone ring, Gu Nianji picked it up and said to He Zhichu, Professor He, I'm about to treat someone to dinner. You're coming too? Sure, where? He Zhichu looked at his schedule. Today was purposely free. After celebrating with Gu Nianji, he had to return to the United States. Gu Nianji told him the location and said to Ma Qiqi and Yin Shixiang, you guys come too. I've booked a private room. You can hang out for the entire afternoon and night. After 2 meals, they could sing karaoke, play mahjong, and play poker. It was all entertainment and dining. Yin Shixiang laughed. Sure, but it's just the few of us. Why don't you invite a few more? Gu Nianji blinked and remembered that Hu Xiaoheng had told her to call him after her thesis defense. However, after being scolded by Hu Xiaoheng on the highway, Gu Nianji was a little afraid of him. Yin Shixiang made a face at Gu Nianji. Nianji, you're not that petty, are you? Gu Nianji could only laugh. I also want to invite a few more people, but it's the holidays now. The students are either going home or working. I can't gather that many people in such a short time. How about Brother Xiong help me ask Hu Xiao and Brother Zhe if they're free? Yesterday was Friday, the last day of B University's final exams. Winter break would begin after the exams. Today was Saturday, but because Gu Nianji had advanced her graduation thesis defense, it was moved to today. As for the graduation ceremony, it would have to wait for the normal batch of students to graduate during the summer break. B University's graduation ceremony was only held once a year. Yin Shixiang cracked his knuckles. Sure, I'll ask for you. He walked to the balcony to call Hu Xiaoheng and Zhao Liangze. Of course, Zhao Liangze was delighted and asked a colleague to cover for him for a few hours before driving over himself. When he arrived at the restaurant where Gu Nianji and the others had agreed to meet, Zhao Liangze actually ran into Bai Shuang and Bai Yuran. They had come over for lunch and heard that Gu Nianji had graduated early today. They smiled and wanted to celebrate with her. Zhao Liangze couldn't make the decision, so he smiled. Then I'll ask. If there are too many people, then there's nothing I can do. It's fine, we're just going to say hello. Bai Shuang only wanted to find an opportunity to spend more time with Zhao Liangze, so she was very enthusiastic. Zhao Liangze led them inside. Gu Nianji booked a rather large private room, but there weren't many people. Bai Yuran scanned the room and was slightly relieved to see that they were all people she knew. She walked over to greet them one by one. Lawyer He, nice to meet you. Big Xiong, are you slacking off? Bai Yuran smiled and shook Ma Qiqi's hand. You're Qiqi. I've seen you before. Gu Nianji saw that it was Bai Shuang and Bai Yuran, so she winked at Zhao Liangze and invited them with a smile. Miss Bays, if you have time, would you like to come and play together? Bai Yuran looked at Bai Shuang and said, I can stay for 3 hours and then go back to the base. What about you? Bai Shuang smiled. I'm fine. If Miss Gu doesn't mind, I can join in the fun. Of course, Gu Nianji didn't mind. She had a good impression of these two people, and she had heard from Yin Shixiang that Zhao Liangze was pursuing Bai Yuran and that Bai Shuang liked Zhao Liangze. Gu Nianji loved to read about this kind of love triangle gossip. How could she miss it when she had the chance to see it in real life? Besides, it just so happened that she had graduated today, so she was relaxed and much livelier than usual. Bai Yuran and Bai Shuang stayed and had lunch together. However, Hu Xiaoheng was in a meeting and couldn't answer the phone. By the time he finished the meeting and found out that Yin Shixiang had called him, 2 hours had passed. He called. Big Xiong. What's up? Yin Shixiang quickly said, Hua Xiao, come over quickly. I've already saved food for you. You can't be absent from Nianji's graduation celebration, right? This was the first update, 3,600 words. Today was the third update, asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, so recommendation votes were very important. Dear friends, don't forget. At 1:00 p.m., the first update for the spiritual pet Fate, 100,000 Chidian dollars, awarded to the leader of the alliance, I am Master Rashi, for June. At 7:00 p.m., the third update. Chapter 951. When Hua Xiaoheng heard that it was Gu Nianji's graduation celebration, he paused and looked at his watch. It was already 1 in the afternoon. Where are you? Hua Xiaoheng began to pack his things and prepared to leave. He had purposely left the second half of the day free because he wanted to celebrate Gu Nianji's graduation thesis defense. However, Gu Nianji didn't call him after the defense was over. As Hua Xiaoheng walked out, he used his Bluetooth headset to call Gu Nianji. Whose past did the Priestess Temple Expedition bow and arrow belong to? I like the image of you belonging to me in the crowd. Gu Nianji's phone rang. This was Hua Xiaoheng's exclusive ringtone. She subconsciously answered the call and said to the person in the room, I'm going out to take a call. She hurriedly walked out and stood on the walkway. She whispered, Hua Xiao. Is the defense over? Yes, Hua Xiao, why didn't you call me? Hua Xiaoheng asked unhappily. You promised me. Gu Nianji leaned against the wall of the walkway awkwardly and looked at the dark blue passionflower decal on the opposite wall. She mumbled, I asked Brother Xiong to call for me. Alright, I'll let it go this time. Don't let it happen again. Hua Xiaoheng walked out of the elevator and went to the underground parking lot to get his car. Okay, I'll be right there. Gu Nianji mustered up her courage and said, Hua Xiao, Director Bai and her cousin are also here, as well as Professor He. Today is only a graduation celebration. Let's not talk about anything else. Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks and took out a cigarette from his pocket. He clasped his hands together and lit it. After a while, he finally said, yeah. Hua Xiaoheng hung up the phone, opened the car door, and got in. After taking a few puffs of his cigarette, he threw it into the nearby trash can and drove out of the parking lot. Holding her phone, Gu Nianji stood quietly in the aisle for a while before returning to the private room. He Jichu handed her a glass of juice. What's wrong? It's fine. Gu Nianji smiled as she put her phone back into her bag. She looked up to see Bai Yueran walking over. Nianji, thank you for your hospitality today. I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Congratulations on graduating early, our genius girl. Bai Yueran leaned over and hugged her. Gu Nianji hugged her back. Thank you, Director Bai. You're welcome. I'll make it up to you when we get back. Bai Yueran patted her shoulder with a smile. We'll have a chance to work together in the future. Director Bai, you're welcome. Gu Nianji quickly said, if you need my help, just let me know. There's no need for gifts. How can we do that? We watched you grow up. Bai Yueran winked at her with a smile, then waved at the people in the private room. You guys enjoy yourselves. I'll be leaving first. Zhao Liangzi walked her out. Yueran, it's Saturday today. Are you working overtime? Bai Yueran walked out with him and adjusted the straps of her bag. She said softly, it's going to be New Year's in a week. There are a lot of things to do in the department, and we haven't finished arranging the roster for the New Year's shift. Also, because of the incident in Germany, a lot of people in the department's legal department have been dealt with, so there's a shortage of manpower. I'm currently recruiting new people. Zhao Liang's heart skipped a beat as he recalled what Bai Yueran had just said to Gu Nianji. He quickly said, "You're recruiting." Could he consider Nianji? She graduated from a prestigious school, and she graduated early. I heard from Professor He that her graduation thesis was an excellent one. Bai Yueran looked at him with a smile. Her large eyes darted around. You and Big Xiong care so much about Gu Nianji. Aren't you afraid that Hua Xiao will be jealous? Zhao Liangzi shrugged. Hua Xiao isn't that kind of person. Also, he broke up with Nianji. Big Xiong and I are worried about the eunuch. So we thought that if we could get Nianji to join our department, maybe things could turn around for the better. They really broke up. Bai Yueran frowned in surprise. They still haven't reconciled after so long. She had thought that they were just having a quarrel. Look at Nianji's graduation celebration today. Big Xiong was the one who called Hua Xiao to invite him. Zhao Liangzi shook his head. His expression was helpless. Okay, I'm just saying. Do you think there's any hope? He still wanted Gu Nianji to join the Special Operations Forces, but he had his own selfish motives. Gu Nianji was considered his direct disciple. If such a computer-savvy person entered the Special Operations Forces, he could think of a way to transfer her over to help him. Although his current subordinates were all very good, Gu Nianji was different. She was a genius who could draw inferences from one instance and even catch people off guard. Bai Yueran shook her head regretfully. She said very solemnly, I'm afraid that won't work. You know that our Special Operations Forces background checks are too strict. Anyone with a slightly unclear background can't be admitted. As for Gu Nianji, her background is still unknown. She's like a ticking time bomb. No one knows when she'll explode. So I can't agree to you. Zhao Liangzi also knew that it would be difficult. That was why he hoped Bai Yueran could make an exception. Bai Yueran's refusal was reasonable. However, Zhao Liangzi was still a little disappointed. He put his hands in his trouser pockets. His handsome face was calm. He nodded at Bai Yueran. I understand. Bai Yueran had never seen such a cold and distant expression on Zhao Liangzi's face. Although it was only a little, her heart skipped a beat. She realized that her refusal had hurt Zhao Liangzi. Zhao Liangzi's passion had never faded from the first time he saw her. His eyes had always been bright when he looked at her. Bai Yueran looked away. She felt very guilty. She opened the car door. Just as she was about to get in, she suddenly turned around and called Zhao Liangzi. Little Zay. Zhao Liangzi was about to turn and leave when he heard her call him. He instinctively turned around. What is it? The weather was gloomy. Snowflakes were already floating in the air. Zhao Liangzi's handsome and elegant face had a different kind of charm through the dancing snowflakes. He had been pursuing Bai Yueran for more than a year. Bai Yueran had always been indifferent. She didn't agree or reject him. In Bai Yueran's heart, she couldn't describe how she felt about Zhao Liangzi. She didn't hate him. In fact, she liked him. However, she always felt that she was just a little bit away from love. But today, in this parking lot, on this Saturday afternoon with the dancing snowflakes, Zhao Liangzi's slightly distant expression shot Bai Yueran's heart like an arrow. Because of her guilt, she actually felt a blossoming love for this man for the first time. Little Zay. She called him again. She let go of the car door and walked quickly to Zhao Liangzi. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her slightly plump lips immediately pressed tightly against Zhao Liangzi's slightly thin but well-shaped lips. Zhao Liangzi's mind buzzed. The love he had been suppressing all this time was like a flood that had been blocked by a dam. It suddenly poured out. He hugged Bai Yueran's slender waist tightly and lowered his head to kiss her deeply. Hua Xiaoheng's car drove over. In the distance, he saw a tall man and woman kissing in the snow. The scene was beautiful, but he didn't care. He didn't have the habit of prying into other people's privacy. However, when he drove past them, he realized that the man was his personal secretary. He was also the current deputy chief of the Special Operations Forces, Zhao Liangze. From the side profile and clothes of the woman, it was the director of the legal department, Bai Yueran, whom Zhao Liangze had been pursuing. Did this mean that the lovers finally got together? Or did the heavens not disappoint those who persevere? Even the air seemed to be filled with the sour stench of love. Could it be that it wasn't snow that was falling from the sky today, but a shower of dog food? Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly as he drove over. He stopped near them. This is the second update. The first update for the spiritual pet fate, 100,000 Qidian coins, awarded by the leader, I am Master Rashi, in June has arrived. Today is the third update. I'm asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. Also, today is Monday. Recommendation votes are very important. Dear friends, don't forget. The third update at 7 p.m. Chapter 952. Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car and walked past the kissing couple as if he didn't see them. Zhao Liangze and Bai Yueran were so engrossed in the kiss that they didn't notice Hua Xiaoheng walking past them. When he arrived at the private room Gu Nianji had booked, Hua Xiaoheng knocked on the door before pushing it open to enter. There was a large dining table in the middle of the private room that had been cleaned. They had probably already eaten. There was a mahjong table against the wall, but no one was playing mahjong. Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi sat in front of the karaoke table, each with a microphone and their heads lowered as they chose songs. Gu Nianji and He Zhichu sat on the sofa by the window and were playing cards with Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang kept looking at the door as she played cards. She was the first person to notice Hua Xiaoheng enter. Hua Xiao is here. Bai Shuang waved at her and asked Gu Nianji, can we serve Hua Xiao's food now? They had left food for him but didn't bring it up. Gu Nianji looked up to see Hua Xiaoheng and nodded at him. Okay, I'll get them to serve the food. Hua Xiaoheng didn't stand on ceremony and sat down at the table. He greeted He Zhichu and asked Gu Nianji, is the graduation thesis defense over? Did it go well? It went very well. The professors were very nice and didn't make things difficult for me. Gu Nianji smiled and got up to get someone to serve Hua Xiaoheng food. Bai Shuang put down the cards in her hand and said, I'll go help Nianji. She followed her out and He Zhichu also put down the cards in his hand and took a sip of the red wine on the coffee table. After leaving the private room, Bai Shuang didn't follow Gu Nianji to order food. Instead, she walked directly out of the restaurant and towards the parking lot. Bai Yueran and Zhao Liangze hadn't returned for so long, so she was a bit worried. She didn't know why, but her left eyelid kept twitching and she was very uneasy. At the entrance to the parking lot, Bai Shuang saw a scene she didn't want to see. Amidst the falling snow, Zhao Liangze and Bai Yueran were hugging and kissing. Her heart felt like it was being cut, but she couldn't say a word. She knew Zhao Liangze liked Bai Yueran, but Bai Yueran had never accepted Zhao Liangze's pursuit. She also told her that she couldn't feel love for Zhao Liangze. They couldn't feel love, but they could hug and kiss. Bai Shuang stared at this scene. No matter how uncomfortable she felt, she still forced herself to watch this scene. She wanted to engrave this scene in her heart. Whenever she thought of Zhao Liangze, she would remember this scene and warn herself to let go. Zhao Liangze didn't like her at all. Closing her eyes, Bai Shuang's tears finally flowed down. Turning around, she quickly wiped her face with the back of her hand and quickly walked to the private room. She didn't want to stay here any longer, not even for a second. Bai Yueran and Zhao Liangzi kissed for a long time before slowly releasing each other's lips. Bai Yueran's lips were full and supple to begin with, even fuller than the average woman's lips. Now that Zhao Liangzi had kissed them until they were slightly swollen, they looked even more alluring. I really want to put you in my pocket. Whenever I want to kiss you, I can take you out and kiss you. Zhao Liangzi chuckled softly. Bai Yueran was already 28 or 29 years old. This wasn't her first time in a relationship, but Zhao Liangzi's words still made her blush. You're being chauvinistic. Bai Yueran raised her head and hugged Zhao Liangzi's neck. She smiled and said, why can't I put you in my pocket and take you out and kiss you whenever I want to kiss you? That's exactly what I want. You can put me in your pocket. You don't have to. Take me away. I'll work overtime with you. Zhao Liangzi's yearning for more than a year had finally been reciprocated. He was extremely excited and only wanted to stay with her a little longer. He didn't want to go back to the private room. Bai Yueran chuckled and tapped Zhao Liangzi's forehead with her finger. Even you have times when you're lazy and shameless, my vice president. That's not good, is it? What principles and demeanor do I need when I'm with the person I like? Zhao Liangzi was also good at sweet-talking. He lowered his head and pressed it against Bai Yueran's forehead. Do you want me to go with you? Bai Yueran was very tempted and almost blurted out, yes. But reason prevailed in the end. She tiptoed and kissed Zhao Liangzi's lips again before saying, no need. What will Nianji think if you leave like this? Nianji won't care. She'll only be happier that I have a girlfriend. Zhao Liangzi knew Gu Nianji very well. He and Yin Shixiang treated Gu Nianji like a biological brother, and Gu Nianji also treated them like a biological sister. Okay, even if Nianji doesn't care, what about Bai Shuang? Bai Yueran gently pushed Zhao Liangzi away. You should go back. Don't tell anyone about this for now, okay? Zhao Liangzi thought that he had finally seen the light and wanted nothing more than to share his joy with the world. However, Bai Yueran asked him not to make it public. What do you mean? Is it shameful to be with me? Zhao Liangzi frowned and was almost unhappy. I'm single, and you're also single. Why can't we say that we're together? It's not that I can't say it. Bai Yueran sighed. In her eyes, Zhao Liangzi was indeed a little childish sometimes. She stroked Zhao Liangzi's cheek to soothe him. It's not that we can't say it now. Then when can we say it? Zhao Liangzi held her hand and said solemnly, actually, I understand your sister Bai Shuang's feelings. I've also made it very clear that the person I like isn't her. I think it's actually unfair to Bai Shuang that you're hiding our relationship like this. I don't think she wants this kind of charity. Bai Yueran choked at Zhao Liangzi's words, but she still held Zhao Liangzi's hand and said softly, I know, but it's almost New Year. Do you want Bai Shuang to have a miserable New Year? Zhao Liangzi was speechless. Okay, he really hadn't thought it through. Okay, then we'll go public after the New Year. Zhao Liangzi was very touched by Bai Yueran's thoughtfulness and felt that he loved her more every minute. Okay, after work on the 15th, we'll treat our colleagues from both departments to dinner. Bai Yueran let go of his hand. I really have to go. If I don't, I'll have to work overtime at night. Zhao Liangzi watched her leave and didn't ask her to stay. Watching Bai Yueran's car drive out of the parking lot, Zhao Liangzi turned to return to the private room. However, he had only taken a few steps when he saw Bai Shuang come out with her bag and walk in a hurry with her head down. Bai Shuang, where are you going? Zhao Liangzi instinctively called out to her. There's still dinner tonight. Let's eat together. Bai Shuang heard Zhao Liangzi's voice and shook her head. No, I still have something to do. I'll go first. She kept her head down. Zhao Liangze was a little confused and bent down slightly to see her expression. He said jokingly, "What's wrong? Bai Shuang. Did Nianji bully you? Don't be afraid, I'll help you teach Nianji a lesson." Bai Shuang listened to Zhao Liangze's words and felt like a knife was being twisted in her heart. She suddenly looked up and said, "Zhao Liangze. If the person you like is my sister, then don't say that to me again." "Thank you." As she spoke, she pushed him away. Zhao Liangze's heart skipped a beat. He felt that something was wrong and quickly said, "Bai Shuang, what's wrong?" "You." He wanted to speak, but Bai Shuang had already turned around and looked up at him. "You don't need to say anything. I saw everything just now." In just a short while, Bai Shuang's eyes were actually slightly red and swollen. Zhao Liangze was speechless. "I wish you both happiness." Bai Shuang saw that Zhao Liangze didn't say a word and felt even more sad. "I'm leaving. Goodbye." She used all the strength in her body to say goodbye. She only felt that although the world was big, there was no place for her, Bai Shuang. Her father had died on a small island in the Caribbean. Because of her father, she couldn't continue to serve in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so she lived in ignorance. Originally, she liked Zhao Liangze because he was a bright light in her dark life. However, this bright light would shine on others in the future and could no longer shine on her. Bai Shuang rushed to her car and quickly drove away. Zhao Liangze sighed and sent a text message to Bai Yueran. Bai Shuang already knows. She saw it all. Inside the private room, Hu Xiaoheng sat alone at the dining table eating. Gu Nianji was already sitting with Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi, watching them sing love songs to each other. Zhao Liangze pushed the door open and came in. His mood wasn't very high. The joy of finding his sweetheart had been washed away by Bai Shuang. He picked up the remote control and turned on the flat-screen TV to watch out of boredom. Several channels were broadcasting this morning's car accident. According to the police's DNA test, the victims of the car accident this morning were the president of the Ishihara Corporation, Ishihara Wakashi, and his driver, secretary, and bodyguard. There was also Ishihara Wakashi's grandson, Ishihara Taro, and his driver. They were the only remaining descendants of the Ishihara family. Their deaths had a huge impact on the Ishihara Corporation. The stocks of many companies controlled by the Ishihara Corporation are plummeting like a cliff. It was the third watch. Today was the third watch. Please get monthly votes and recommendation votes. Also, today is Monday, so recommendation votes are very important. Please don't forget. Chapter 953. Gu Nianji sat beside Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi, listening to them sing. When Zhao Liangze came in, Gu Nianji looked back. When Zhao Liangze turned on the TV, Gu Nianji also heard the news. It was exactly what she was interested in. She couldn't help but walk to the sofa next to Zhao Liangze. Resting her chin on her hands, she frowned. There was such a big fire. Didn't they all burn? How did they get a DNA test? Zhao Liangze knocked her head and said angrily, "It was just an oil truck fire. Do you think it was a high-temperature furnace in a crematorium? The human body doesn't burn that easily. It was just the outer skin." Gu Nianji's lips twitched. Feeling disgusted, she quickly waved her hands. I know. Brother Zay, don't say any more. You're so knowledgeable, okay? I'm not as knowledgeable as you. Genius girl, where are you going to get rich after graduation? Zhao Liangze was not in a good mood. He lazily leaned against the sofa and stretched out his long legs. Picking up a pistachio from the coffee table, he peeled it and threw it in his mouth. He spat it into the trash after 2 bites. What's this? It's all bitter. Gu Nianji looked at Zhao Liangzi in confusion. Brother Zhe, are you in a bad mood? Why would he be in a bad mood? Hu Xiaoheng's deep, magnetic voice came from the dining table. You got a beauty and you're in a bad mood. You want to go to heaven. Ha! Got a beauty. Something's going on. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up immediately. Her eyes sparkled like stars. Which beauty did you get, Brother Zhe? Tell me, tell me, tell me. Zhao Liangzi looked at Hu Xiaoheng in shock. Hu Xiao. What did you say? Still trying to deny it. Hu Xiaoheng slowly turned around to glance at him, but from the corner of his eye, his gaze lingered on Gu Nianji's eyes, which were as black as ink and as bright as glass. The parking lot. Hu Xiaoheng only said 3 words. Zhao Liangzi immediately pursed his lips and smiled sheepishly. Hu Xiao is so observant. Nothing escapes your eyes. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng, then at Zhao Liangzi. Her sparkling eyes blinked. Hu Xiao, did you see anything inappropriate in the parking lot? Yeah, you're just a kid, so don't ask so many questions. Zhao Liangzi curled his knuckles and knocked Gu Nianji's head again. All you know is gossip. What's wrong with gossip? Gu Nianji laughed as she dodged to the side. A life without melodramatic gossip is as lonely as snow. Brother Zhe, tell me, which beauty is it? Zhao Liangzi finally snapped back to reality and stared at Gu Nianji in a daze. He lowered his voice and said. Even you know. Know what? Which beauty? What do you mean? Zhao Liangzi felt even more uneasy. It wasn't strange for others to know that he liked Bai Yueran because he had never hidden it. However, he thought that he was the only one who could see that Bai Shuang liked him, so everyone saw through it. Then, wouldn't Bai Shuang lose face? Zhao Liangzi had a headache. Seeing the red wine on the coffee table, he simply took a glass and poured himself a glass. Gu Nianji was completely confused. She couldn't guess who Zhao Liangzi was with at all. But looking at his sullen expression, could it be Bai Shuang? He couldn't be with the person he liked, so he could only be with the person who liked him. Gu Nianji leaned close to his ear and whispered. Brother Zhe, Bai Shuang is also quite nice. Don't be unhappy, don't be so obvious. How can Bai Shuang behave? Zhao Liangzi took a sip of red wine and glanced at her sideways. What are you guessing? Don't talk nonsense. Isn't it Bai Shuang? Gu Nianji was surprised. Then if it's Director Bai, why would you be unhappy? This doesn't make sense. Hu Xiaoheng finished eating and heard Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi talking nonsense. The corners of his lips curled slightly. He walked over with a cup of tea and sat next to Zhao Liangzi. He said lightly, yeah, didn't you get what you wanted? You even managed to get Director Bai, and you're still not satisfied. Who are you trying to fool with that poker face? When Gu Nianji heard Hu Xiaoheng, a man who didn't show his emotions all year round, say that Zhao Liangzi had a poker face, she couldn't help but want to scold him. However, Hu Xiaoheng's authority was still there, so she didn't dare to act rashly. She quietly stood up and sat next to He Zhiqiu. He Zhiqiu didn't speak the whole time. He held his phone in one hand and a glass of red wine in the other. His head was lowered as he sat on the sofa opposite Gu Nianji. He kept scrolling through his phone and looked bored. Professor He, are you tired? Gu Nianji thoughtfully took a bottle of mineral water for He Zhiqiu. Don't drink anymore. How are you going to drive later? He Zhiqiu looked up. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes seemed to ripple under the crystal lights in the private room. He narrowed his eyes and took the mineral water from Gu Nianji's hand. He unscrewed the cap and took a sip. He said coldly, "I can't open it." "You open it." "Me? My skills aren't that good." Gu Nianji smiled as she peeled a few pistachios and placed them on a pure white bone china plate with gold rims in front of Yijichu. "Your skills aren't that good." "I see that your skills are very good." Yijichu handed the phone to Gu Nianji. His voice was very low, like it came from the bottom of his heart. It dissipated before it reached his throat. "Look at this car. It's like a roller coaster." There was a hint of anger in his voice. He suppressed it and didn't explode. However, Gu Nianji was very sensitive and immediately picked up on it. "Professor He. What are you talking about?" Gu Nianji looked at him in confusion. "I really don't know how to drive. I only got my driver's license last year. I don't have many opportunities to drive." Yijichu felt the veins on his forehead about to pop. He swiped his finger on the phone and immediately began to play a video recording. In the dark winter morning, a bright red sports car was especially eye-catching on the highway. Gu Nianji's eyes widened and looked at Yijichu's phone in disbelief. This. Was this the surveillance video of her on the highway this morning? Where did Yijichu get this? Gu Nianji looked at Yijichu in shock. She was completely speechless. If Hu Xiaoheng had taken out this surveillance video, Gu Nianji wouldn't be surprised at all. But Yijichu. Where did he get it? Although Hu Xiaoheng was talking to Zhao Liangzi, most of his attention was on Gu Nianji. When he looked up, he saw her flabbergasted expression. He frowned slightly. "Nianji, what's wrong?" Gu Nianji was extremely flustered. She didn't dare to turn around to look at Hu Xiaoheng, afraid that he would see the change in her expression. But she couldn't not answer. With Hu Xiaoheng's intuition, he would immediately sense that something was wrong if she didn't speak. However, Gu Nianji subconsciously didn't want Hu Xiaoheng to know about the video on Yijichu's phone. Her intuition told her that this wasn't something that could be easily explained. Yijichu also looked at Gu Nianji. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He seemed to be smiling, but there was no smile in his eyes at all. Anger, nervousness, lingering fear, and a bit of self-abandonment, as if he wanted to throw caution to the wind. Gu Nianji didn't understand. She reflexively grabbed Yijichu's phone. Hu Xiaoheng had already walked over and sat next to Gu Nianji. He reached out and flicked Gu Nianji's wrist. Gu Nianji didn't catch it, so Yijichu instinctively grabbed her hand. He opened his palm, and his phone fell from his hand with a whoosh. Hu Xiaoheng caught it firmly in his hand. Gu Nianji's face instantly drained of color. Her plump lips trembled, and even her palms were sweating. Yijichu felt the sweat on her palms and her trembling arm. He felt a little better and couldn't bear to squeeze her hand. He used his eyes to tell her not to be afraid. How could Gu Nianji not be afraid? Her mind raced as she thought about how to help Yijichu cover up this matter. She almost said that she was the one who did it and sent it to Yijichu's phone. That was because the video Yijichu had just shown her was obviously from the camera on the highway. And the cameras on the Imperial Capital Highway were all owned by the government. If Yijichu had these videos on his phone, didn't that mean that he had hacked into the Imperial Capital Traffic Police's surveillance system? Gu Nianji's mind was in a whirl. She didn't even have time to think about when Yijichu had such superb computer skills. She quickly glanced at Hu Xiaoheng, but found that he was still indifferent. He leaned against the sofa leisurely and swiped his finger on Yijichu's phone. He said calmly, "Nianji, you were watching this just now." As he spoke, he handed Yijichu's phone to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji looked at it and was embarrassed. The page that Hu Xiaoheng was looking at was actually a website that sold luxury cars. The pages of luxury cars flashed before her eyes. Every one of them was as good as the custom-made red Ferrari that Hu Xiaoheng had given her. It turned out that He Jichu had already quietly switched the content on his phone. Hu Xiaoheng didn't see the high-speed video that Gu Nianji saw at all. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and clutched her chest with both hands. She was a little out of breath. "Do you have water?" "I want water. Ice water." She was so nervous that she was about to explode. He Jichu gave her an unopened bottle of mineral water and sneered. "That's all you got? Forget it. I don't need you to drive for me." Hu Xiaoheng threw the phone back to He Jichu. "Professor, he wants to give Nianji a graduation present." He Jichu took the phone and nodded with a half-smile. "Yes. I asked her to choose, but she refused. Actually, why are you treating me like an outsider? She's already graduated. I'm no longer her professor, and she's no longer my student." His words were too provocative. Even Zhao Liangzi, who had something on his mind, could sense it. He looked at He Jichu, then at Hu Xiaoheng, and then at Gu Nianji, who was sitting between them like an ant on a hot pan. He smiled happily. Crossing his arms over his chest, Zhao Liangzi said leisurely, "Sure, I love watching melodramatic gossip. A life without melodramatic gossip is as lonely as snow." He actually used Gu Nianji's earlier teasing words back at her. This is the first update. Today's third update is asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. At 1 p.m., I will give the leader of the alliance, I am Master Rashi, June's spiritual pet fate, 100,000 Qidian coins, the second update. At 7 p.m., the third update. P.S. Thank you to Sword Goddess Jade for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 954. Ma Qiqi and Yin Shixiang had just finished singing and were about to call Gu Nianji and Zhao Liangzi over to sing too when they saw the situation. They were stunned. Yin Shixiang walked over to drag Zhao Liangzi over to sing and kept giving him looks. "Little Zay, you must have had too much to drink. What kind of stupid gossip are you looking at? Where's the stupid gossip?" Although Zhao Liangzi wasn't as perceptive as Yin Shixiang, he was usually a smart person. But today, he seemed to have opened 8 of his 9 orifices. He stiffened his neck and said to Yin Shixiang, "How did I drink too much?" "I only drank a little." "What did I say wrong? Wasn't it?" He stretched out his arm and waved it across the room. Hu Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji, and He Jichu, who were sitting on the sofa, all looked at him silently. Yin Shixiang was frightened by Hu Xiaoheng's gaze and pulled Zhao Liangzi even harder. Let's go. You're not drunk, not drunk. Let's go sing. Didn't you say that when you got a girlfriend, you would sing love songs to her for a night? Our little prince of love songs. Gu Nianji, pfft. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of tea as expected. Something can happen while drinking tea, He Jichu muttered as he picked up a tissue to wipe Gu Nianji's face. His movements were so smooth and natural, as if he had done it 1,000 times. Gu Nianji obediently raised her head and let He Jichu wipe her face as if it was a habit. Hu Xiaoheng had been looking at Zhao Liangzi thoughtfully and worried about his condition, so he unconsciously slowed down. When he turned around, he saw that He Jichu was already wiping Gu Nianji's face. He couldn't start a fight with He Jichu in front of so many people. After all, there were still a few people in the private room who were waiting to see the melodramatic gossip, with their eyes wide open, as if they wanted to see the world in chaos. Hu Xiaoheng took out a tissue and wiped the coffee table in front of him without batting an eyelid. The tea that Gu Nianji had spat out was everywhere. He pursed his lips slightly, and his slender and powerful fingers slid across the coffee table. Soon, the coffee table was cleaned up. He Jichu threw the tissue away and glanced at the 3 people across from him. Go sing. His voice was clear, but it had an invisible pressure. Yin Shixiang quickly grabbed Ma Qiqi with one hand and Zhao Liangzi with the other to go sing. Zhao Liangzi drank all the red wine in his glass and suddenly became excited. He became a microphone hog, singing song after song. I tasted it gently. You said you loved me, and I was still savoring the gentleness you gave me. I gently tasted it, this fragrant temptation, you have everything I like. Jay Chow's, sweet, passing by your world, I've lived even when I was at my peak. Please go forward, there's no need to look back. The person waiting for you at the finish line will be me. How I wish you were the last person. Who in the world listens to you? In the vast sea of stars, I persist in a kind of dream. I really want to touch the warmth in your hands. In the vast sea of people, who will I meet? The gentleness in your eyes, is it all for me? For meeting you, he sang non-stop, drinking as he sang. In the end, he was almost hoarse from singing, and his voice was hoarse. Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi could only act as his background and keep pouring wine for him. Gu Nianji was speechless. She had just graduated her master's degree in advance today and had also gotten rid of 2 old enemies. She was in a great mood. If someone else had spoiled the mood like this, she would have left immediately without another word. But now it was Zhao Liangzi. He was Brother Zhe who had watched her grow up, so she could only support her head with her hand and look at Zhao Liangzi's back in confusion. What's wrong with Brother Zhe? Gu Nianji asked Hua Xiaoheng quietly. Who did you see him with in the parking lot? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her. He didn't want to gossip about his subordinates, but Gu Nianji's eyes were too concerned. He thought about it and said. Bai Yueran. Isn't that the person he's been thinking about? He finally won the beauty, so why is he still singing these songs? Gu Nianji was very confused. He Jichu leaned against the sofa with his eyes half closed and said dryly. Bai Shuang also left. It was a statement, not a question. Gu Nianji nodded. When I went to order for Hua Xiao, Bai Shuang said she would go with me, but when I went to order, she went. Gu Nianji suddenly understood. Bai Shuang also went to the parking lot. She covered her mouth in surprise and glanced at Hua Xiaoheng. Did Bai Shuang just happen to see it? Hua Xiaoheng thought about it and nodded slightly. Most likely. Then it makes sense. Gu Nianji tilted her head and sighed. Brother Zhe and Director Bai were probably making out in the parking lot, and Bai Shuang saw it. Then Brother Zhe found out that Bai Shuang saw them making out. No wonder Bai Shuang came back crying, took her bag, and left early. I was just saying that we were having fun playing poker, why did you suddenly stop playing? When Gu Nianji said this, Zhao Liangzi had just finished singing a song. In the suddenly silent room, only her crisp and soft voice could be heard echoing. It was actually quite awkward. Gu Nianji only realized that everyone was looking at her after she finished speaking. Although they weren't outsiders, she still blushed and brushed her hair in embarrassment. She looked at Zhao Liangzi, who was staring at her, fawningly. Brother Zhe, right? Zhao Liangzi snickered. He was already a bit drunk. He stood up and walked over shakily. As expected of a genius girl. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, it's exactly what you said. Come, Brother Zhe will drink with you. She can't drink. Hua Xiaoheng and He Jichu said at the same time. Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi sat on either side of Zhao Liangzi and watched Hua Xiaoheng and He Jichu guard each side. They were about to suffer from internal injuries from holding back their laughter. Gu Nianji was even more embarrassed. She smiled sheepishly and tried to find a way out. What they mean is that I have to drive later, so I can't drink. You can't drink until you're 22. He Jichu and Hua Xiaoheng said in unison again. Gu Nianji was speechless. Can't they just talk properly? Yin Shixiang and Ma Chichi couldn't hold it in anymore. They hugged their stomachs and laughed uncontrollably on the sofa. Hu Xiaoheng and He Zhichu both looked at each other expressionlessly. Chichi, do you still want to take my class next semester? He Zhichu teased Ma Chichi first. Ma Chichi immediately stopped laughing and sat up straight. She nodded solemnly. Of course I do. Professor He, you must give me a spot. He Zhichu's class next semester was limited to the number of people who could take it. B University's Faculty of Law, from undergraduates to doctoral students, fought tooth and nail to get a spot. If you want a spot, you better be careful. He Zhichu's eyes said so. Ma Chichi understood immediately. Got it. She quickly stopped laughing at Gu Nianji. Hu Xiaoheng also looked at Yin Shixiang. Big Xiong, you're still suspended. If you make another mistake, your punishment will increase. Yin Shixiang immediately stopped laughing and expressed his attitude very sincerely. Hu Xiao, little Zay is too much. I'll teach him a lesson when I get back. Only Zhao Liangze was drunk. His beautiful eyes looked like they were covered in mist. Everyone he saw was blurry. He shouted, Nianji. Have a drink with your brother Zay. My little sister Nianji is still the best. She's so obedient and considerate. Hu Xiao, you don't cherish her. You don't know how lucky you are. It's so hard for me to chase after my girlfriend, but you just crooked your finger and Nianji went over. Humph. That's not fair. Gu Nianji. She wasn't that easy to seduce. Gu Nianji was angry and was about to retort. Zhao Liangze pointed at Hu Xiaoheng with a smile. So, you deserve to be dumped. Yin Shixiang, Ma Chichi, and Gu Nianji all turned pale. Only He Zhichu's lips curled up more and more. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes curved, and a smile burst from the depths of his heart. This is the second update. The second update for the Spirit Pet Fate, 100,000 Chidian dollars, awarded by the leader, I Am Master Rashi, in June has arrived. Today's third update is asking for monthly votes and recommendation votes. The third update at 7 p.m., you're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.